Chapter 1335 Quick Response. From a purely logical standpoint, this event has a positive side, Yan Hai continued. As long as we can deal with him and rebuild civilization, our sect will receive great luck and destiny. However, even I feel uncomfortable thinking about how many people will die. This world is vast, meaning there are simply too many cultivators. Even if the number of cultivators was less than 1% of the world's population, the number of people is still astronomical. Yan Hai is a veteran. She has participated in and survived 2 origin wars, so she's seen countless people die. Better yet, she has watched numerous worlds crumble. However, it's different when it's the people from her homeland. It's even more heartbreaking knowing that one of their own is responsible for such devastation. Wang Wei looked at her and finally responded, "You assume there will be mortals left." An intense killing intent flashed in her eyes. That's right. That bastard is in charge of heaven and earth, so it will be easy for him to eradicate all the mortals in the world, especially since it's another method of weakening heavenly Tao. He won't use such a crude and direct method, Wang Wei said. Oh. He only needs to allow these cultivators to increase their lifespan or be capable of cultivating by absorbing the flesh and soul of regular mortals. Then, they will turn on these people. Such an act of its people committing mass genocide can be considered going against the natural laws of heaven and earth, which also means, it's a better way to weaken heavenly Tao. The killing intent in Yan Hai's eyes was almost tangible. This is why I despise you people with deep scheming minds. Wang Wei looked at her strangely. You and Brother Qiuan are on my side, so you're different. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. He was not in the mood to debate her weird thinking logic. Alright, it's time for me to make my move. I know you wouldn't let him have his way so easily, Yan Hai smirked. Do you need my help? Wang Wei hesitated. What is it? She pressed. I really didn't want to drag the sect into this mess. Yan Hai looked at him up and down before smiling in satisfaction. Do you think the sect can stay out of this if you don't interact with it? She shook her head. Although we are considered the second most powerful amongst the overlords, everyone knows that is only on the surface. Our sect has the most profound foundation, our luck and destiny are the most condensed, and more importantly, we have something the bastard has been lusting for many years. The Trinity Venerable Inheritance, Wang Wei thought. So, whether you exist or not, that bastard will target us someday. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. Send a message to the sect. If there are signs that cultivators' longevity can be improved by killing mortals, they need to create an alliance with other sealed lineages to make rules that this practice is forbidden. They must create a task force to kill anyone who disobeys. No problem, Yan Hai nodded. One more thing, well, 2 more things. First, try to see if you can still contact the people in limbo or even if you can revive them, Wang Wei added. Secondly, see if you can leave this place through the source chi space. Be careful, and don't try it yourself. Yan Hai rolled her eyes. Although she wasn't as bright as these bastards, it did not mean she was stupid. Even a big will become a genius full of wisdom after living as long as her. Get lost, brat. Wang Wei disappeared from the room, teleporting to a desolate area. He closed his eyes briefly before waving his hand to summon countless rare Empyreans and a few paragon ores to build the fanciest altar possible. No response. Could it be that the usage of resources is not under strict limitations? Well, at least, resources that cannot directly raise cultivation. Wang Wei took note of this before finishing the altar. He looked in the direction of the lawless zone. He should be able to hold on a little longer, right? After all, he still has destiny protecting him. He took a few minutes to shower and change clothes before starting the ceremony. In a rare act, Wang Wei followed the proper procedure, including giving sacrifices and kneeling before the altar. Heaven and earth above, the world faces a calamity of longevity. I have created a technique called health-preserving technique, which allows cultivators to live to the limit of 1 yuan epoch. Am willing to share it with the world, so please accept my sincere offer. The clouds above his head started to condense as if a vision was about to manifest. However, they soon dispersed before condensing again. They repeated this pattern for a while. Wang Wei observed with worry. Come one, heavenly Tao, this is your chance to fight back. He watched the changes in the sky for 5 minutes before something happened. Wang Wei's face changed as he acted swiftly. He wore the most formidable armor from the Origin Seal Continent's armory. Boom! 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 Numerous terrifying lightning bolts descended from heaven and earth. All the cultivators who saw this were shocked, since this was the first time that most of them saw divine punishment. In the upper dimension, the laws of heaven and earth are more ruthless, so it's rare to see anyone being punished by heaven and earth, especially in such a direct manner. Lawless Zone's entrance, the Earth Emperor, a middle-aged man with short black hair, black and silver clothes, and an icy and domineering aura, looked in the distance. His divine sense has been keeping a watch on Origin Seal City for any signs or movements from Wang Wei, so he noticed the latter the moment he appeared in that deserted area. What is he doing? He thought as he saw Wang Wei build that altar. Should I stop him? He soon shook his head. There is a high chance that this was a plot to lure him from his spot, so the Earth Emperor decided to wait. So, even when Wang Wei finished the ceremony and suffered from divine punishment, he observed with cold eyes. I hope this bastard dies, the Earth Emperor sneered. However, his expression changed as he received a direct message. He sighed before preparing to head over there and attack. As soon as he had this intention, someone blocked his way. A puppet? He suddenly remembered that his people reported that Wang Wei had a paragon puppet. He sneered. Do you think you can stop me with a puppet? An armor and spear suddenly appeared on the puppet, both of the best quality. The Earth Emperor did not care until the puppet did something else. A strange array appeared on its torso before disappearing. This time, the Earth Emperor had to be serious. That's because that array was a self-destruction array. Damn it. If that thing explodes, it'll lose a life. At best, it'll be severely injured, given these people a chance to deal with me. The puppet sneered. Wang Wei knew how to utilize these people's mindsets against them. This puppet was not enough to defeat the Earth Emperor and wasn't even enough to delay for long. However, it would be different if the latter were fighting with the constant thought of a possible death-dealing explosion. The puppet looked at the Earth Emperor before pouncing on it. Wang Wei ordered it to use a madman style of fighting that disregards any defensive techniques and only attacks. Its purpose is to put as many injuries as possible on the enemy. Damn it, Earth Emperor cursed once he realized this. He felt aggrieved. However, now that he had returned home and did not have to fight on the frontier, he valued his life even more than before. After noticing the puppet was doing its job, Wang Wei paid no attention to it and focused on the punishment. He did not care that he was being punished, since he knew this was a desperate move from Supreme Unity to prevent him from getting merit. Wang Wei went all out to survive this punishment, pushing himself to the limit. His bet worked. A few minutes later, the dark clouds dispersed, and a vision manifested between heaven and earth. Wang Wei's voice reached every corner of the Eternal Ascension world, followed by merit descending from the sky. This should help me recover, Wang Wei said as he put the merit away. More importantly, I've broken the situation. No, that's too optimistic. I've given us a fighting chance. The fact that he received the merit means that Heavenly Dao's fundamental rules are still in operation. It also means that Heavenly Dao has a great chance at fighting Supreme Unity without allowing one side to have too much of an advantage. The next step is Jimin. This era's first paragon cannot fall immediately after being crowned, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1336 Rescue. Wang Wei looked at the lawless zone, calculating how to reverse the situation. He could not personally enter the fight for various reasons, primarily because he was currently in terrible shape. Luckily, he had another way. He had long suspected Jimin and the crazy thief gang lord, and now, he knew he was correct. However, this is not the point. Wang Wei left means to secretly monitor the lawless zone, meaning he could use these means to secretly enter without alerting anyone. Wang Wei did not immediately act but put the altar away. Then, he condensed a drop of blood that turned into 269 trillion pillars with Dao rhymes for the health preservation techniques and rhymes to make it easier for people to comprehend. He then waved his hand to send these pillars to different areas of the eternal ascension world. This is not enough, Wang Wei thought. He knew these parasites would not allow these pillars to remain in their territories, so he needed better ways to spread them. Should I start the dream world again? Wang Wei never recreated the dream world because the upper dimension had its version, the void illusion realm. Although it was now closed, it was meaningless to build the dream world since he wouldn't receive any merits. Rebuilding it to spread this technique is a great way to get merit and help heavenly Dao, but the question is whether it can be built. Supreme Unity already had the overwhelming advantage with the Heaven's Lock, so he did not know whether he would succeed. Let's try it and see. Wang Wei returned to the Origin Seal continent. Now was not the time for the dream world. Everything had its priority, and his current one was rescuing Paragon Jimin. As Wang Wei looked at his room, he realized it would soon be time for him to leave this place. His whereabouts were already known, which is detrimental to his actions. He sat on a cushion and swallowed a few more pills. His body was not in the best state, not to mention his Dao injuries. However, he could still not rest since work was to be done. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he had condensed a projection in an isolated area inside the lawless zone. The projection sensed the battle going in the distance. It pointed at the arrays around, and they fused with its body. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at this array. His current expertise saw so many flaws in this former array, many of which he cannot change since his array Dao level was so low. Regardless, he modified the places he could to ensure he would not be detected. Once he was sure there was no problem, he slowly approached the battlefield while remaining invisible. Paragon Jimin's situation was far from ideal. 5 Feather, Undead Phoenix, 7 Cauldron, and Time Eater besieged him. His body was full of wounds, and with each passing second, even more appeared. However, he fought bravely. His Dao, Wang Wei thought. The Dao of thievery? What a strange and unique path. Most people would look down on such a Dao, meaning most talented people would not cultivate such a Dao. Non-talented people would not go far, so seeing a paragon with thievery as their Dao was odd. Let's see, there is a plunder aspect of his Dao, similar to devouring Dao. Then there is stealing, Wang Wei analyzed. So, he can steal people's Dao, similar to Sun Junyo's copy? Better yet, it seems he can steal their lives. Wang Wei was shocked. With this ability, Paragon Jimin must have countless identities that are not easy to distinguish. If I can get my hands on his life-stealing technique, I can improve the Fate Guard's ability to steal fate and become someone. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The current situation was severed, to say the least, so he will take any advantage he can. He continued to observe the battle and frowned. These people's battle experience is not nearly as bad as I expected, he observed. During the past 10,000 yuan epochs, he asked Sun Junyao for her memory of that fight, and based on his analysis, the Blood Dragon seemed to have the worst battle IQ of the group. It's not that he's the worst, but these people have improved in the past 10,000 yuan epochs. The frontier contained countless influential invading foreigners, meaning it was an excellent place to train. Thinking of the frontier, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something, so he looked at the Hong protective system. Who or what is powering that thing? If it's Supreme Unity, then it's fine. But if Heavenly Tao is forced to use the world source as the power source, this is another way of weakening. Wang Wei's facial expression became grave as he thought of something else. The protection should have no issue blocking the Paragon's coming, but what if this current blockade forced the foreign half-step transcendence to move earlier than anticipated? Damn it, Supreme Unity, are you playing with fire? Wang Wei cursed. Unless that's what you want. Use foreign aid to continue weakening Heavenly Tao, thus allowing you to control it and ultimately make up for your flaw. Then, there is you, Maitreya. How can you be so useless? Aren't you supposed to balance him? Wang Wei had to control himself not to let his thoughts flow out publicly. He calmed down and focused on the fight. Sometimes, he truly found his intelligence a curse. There were too many things he knew that he wished he did not. Time is running out, Wang Wei said as he focused on the battle, focusing on Time Eater. His eyes could tell the latter was league different from the others. In fact, Wang Wei could tell he was hiding his incompetence and did not fully show all he was capable of. A man with deep thoughts and scheming. However, why was he like this? From the information I gathered about him, he was not this extraordinary or capable during the Golden Era, Wang Wei analyzed. In that era, Time Eater was talented, but he never truly reached the upper echelons. Moreover, he never showed any signs of being a master manipulator. Was he someone like Supreme Unity, always hiding, or did something happen in the middle to change him? Wang Wei desperately wanted to know the answer to this question. Maybe I should use the opportunity to ask the Star Sage. Wang Wei sighed before directing his gaze toward the hidden master, Old Man Dai. The latter stood in the void, his facial expression showing his anxiety. However, he did not rush to help Paragon Jimin. He couldn't even if he wanted to since Time Eater had a clone/projection prepared especially for him. Paragon Jimin, I've come to make a deal with you, Wang Wei secretly communicated. That voice, Wang Wei? It's me, he acknowledged. I'll save you and, no need, Paragon Jimin said. Wang Wei observed him from a distance and shook his head. What an idiot, he said directly to Jimin. I guess I shouldn't be surprised since you're a loose cultivator. What do you mean by this? Do you think these people haven't won against you because of how weak they are in the lawless zone? You're dreaming. Wang Wei did not hide the sneer in his voice. They are buying time to find your time mark to erase you from the timeline. Time mark? As soon as he thought of these words, Paragon Jimin acquired some basic information about the concept. That's right. You just became a paragon, meaning you don't know much about time marks or have a chronospirit. It's only due to your destiny that they haven't completely figured it out yet, but it's only a matter of time. By then, they can isolate your influence from the primordial timeline, go to the past, and erase younger versions of yourself. Once that happens, it won't matter how many ways you have to survive as a boundless paragon. An intense horror ran deep down Paragon Jimin's back. The confidence he had acquired after becoming a paragon was instantly shattered. Luckily, he received the news now, or he would have died before even knowing what had happened. What do you want? He asked Wang Wei. Despite the turmoil going on in his mind and the conversation, Paragon Jimin showed no signs on the surface. As someone who considered himself the best thief in the world with countless identities, he was a master of acting and hiding his emotions or thoughts. It seems you've awakened from the confidence of suddenly acquiring such power. Good. We can talk now, Wang Wei said, nodding in satisfaction. No matter who it is, they will become a little arrogant after becoming a paragon, primarily due to the vast difference in power between the previous realm. I want two things, Wang Wei continued. Firstly, I want your life-stealing technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1337 Negotiation and Action Life-Stealing Technique. Paragon Jimin thought before realizing the latter was talking about his existence-stealing spell. Jimin hesitated after hearing this request. His technique was not unique since he knew there were different ways to achieve the same effect. However, he has gotten away with it for so many years due to his Dao. Thievery is a minor Dao, meaning most people do not expect much from it, given its unpopularity or unknownness. Because of this unfamiliarity, people haven't figured out his technique. If more people started using this technique, its effects would be reduced. I agree with your request, but only you can use it, Paragon Jimin decided. That's not possible, Wang Wei replied. He needed to use it for his fate guards. Although he would fuse it with his own technique, he did not want any restrictions on its utilization. I understand your reservation, but after today, many people will know about your Dao, they will be precautious, so if you don't update that technique, most of your other identities will be discovered. Jimin was quiet. He knew Wang Wei was correct. He sighed. Fine. What else? Secondly, I need you to sacrifice yourself to curse one of these people, Wang Wei stated. I thought you came to rescue me, Paragon Jimin sneered. I do, but how I do it is up to me. And how is this saving me? Let's not play useless mind games, Wang Wei continued. With a clever person like you, I'm sure you anticipated, to some extent, how dangerous becoming a paragon in the current political climate would be. So, I'm willing to bet all my wealth that one of your true avatars has a peak Empyrean cultivation realm. So, even if you die, that avatar would not take long to return to the Paragon realm. Paragon Jimin was briefly quiet. His mind remembered the first time he had met that young man. He knew the latter was extraordinary, and he even predicted the latter might be the chosen one that would end this era. Paragon Jimin sighed. You're right. However, if being rescued required me to abandon this body, what's the point of you helping me? I can just do it myself. Try it. Excuse me? I say try to end your life to see if you can, Wang Wei reiterated. Jimin's heart skipped a beat as if he thought of something. He observed his opponent briefly before a look of determination flashed in his eyes. His fighting became more reckless while his soul was brewing to explode itself. Have you become impatient, or did you realize something? Time Eater suddenly said. He waved his hand, and Jimin's preparation to blow himself was dismissed. Well, it doesn't matter either way. The group continued besieging him while Time Eater continued to trace the latter's time mark. The process should have ended by now, but Jimin's destiny was working extra hard to keep him alive. Do you see now? Wang Wei said. Fine, I agree with your terms, Jimin said. Although he tried to remain calm, Wang Wei could sense the anger in his tone. It was understandable. Jimin had just reached the pinnacle of his life, and he suffered such humiliation immediately afterward. Excellent, he uttered. You only need to sign this contract, and it'll hold these people long enough to buy you time to cast the curse. Jimin looked at the binding contract in his sea of consciousness, and his lips twitched. With this contract, he couldn't go back on his words or use Wang Wei as bait to escape. There is no honor among thieves, so why would he easily keep his word? Unfortunately, Wang Wei never trusted him, especially after knowing what his Dao was. Paragon Jimin swiftly read every corner of the contract and frowned. What is this clause about erasing my memory? Are you trying to take advantage of my situation? Calm down, Wang Wei replied. I need you to use a specific curse technique on the target, and I don't want this technique to flow out. The clause is just a precaution. Can't you change it to me never distributing your technique? No, Wang Wei was adamant. Paragon Jimin pondered briefly. What if I refuse to sign this? Oh. My intuition tells me you want me alive for some reason, probably the lock that appeared in the sky. Am I right? Great intuition, Wang Wei admitted but said nothing else. So? Believe in that intuition and see if you can walk out of this place alive, Wang Wei said calmly. His words sent a chill down Jimin's spine. He realized he was indeed valuable but not that important. He begrudgingly signed before signing the contract begrudgingly. Who is the target? It's... Wang Wei answered as he sent him the curse technique. It was highly complex, but Wang Wei included his memories and utilization of the technique. So, with Jimin's paragon-level soul, it did not take him long to master it. Damn it, what is the origin of this technique? He thought, feeling slightly scared. This curse was terrible. Luckily, he was not on the receiving end of such an attack. Jimin took a moment to cast this thing secretly. He ignored the increasing injuries in his body or the sense of foreboding that his destiny warned him of. "I'm ready." "Good," Wang Wei said. "He's been preparing since his projections arrived." He then released a terrifying soul storm that ravaged anyone in its path. During his retreat, Wang Wei's most remarkable improvement was his understanding of Soul Dao and its application in battle. The parasites' faces changed. Wang Wei's soul attack was genuinely terrifying. A potent and devastating force capable of finding the weakness in the sea of consciousness rushed directly toward their souls. It was so fast that they barely reacted. Unfortunately, fate was on their side. Although this technique had reached the pinnacle of soul applications and was a sneak attack, these people were lucky to be in the lawless zone. The terrifying power was forcefully reduced to the level of Empyreans, and with the passive activation of their top soul defensive treasure, they survived with minor injuries. Wang Wei's eyes ignored these people and focused on Time Eater. Not a single reaction, and it seems he has noticed Jimin's actions. He did not hesitate as he showed up, immediately attacking with another soul attack. Bang! Time Eater blocked the attack and looked at Wang Wei. He sighed, "I guess I should have known Shu Ren was insufficient to prevent you from interfering." "A peak paragon soul," Wang Wei said instead of addressing the latter's words. "With such a powerful soul, there is no way for your cultivation not to reach the peak after so many years. So, why are you stuck at 98% Grand Dao Source? What are you planning, Time Eater?" Time Eater squinted. In the cultivation world, noisy people rarely lived long. We are all noisy people. After all, at our level, one piece of information is enough to determine our fate. The only difference is knowing whose business you cannot afford to get involved with, Wang Wei responded calmly. "In my eyes, you haven't reached that level. As the sages said, ignorance is bliss," Time Eater sneered. "You." He sensed something and looked at Jimin. He immediately attacked by releasing a temporal storm capable of eradicating anything in its path. However, Wang Wei blocked him. "His understanding and application of Time Dao are leagues above me," Wang Wei analyzed. He could not have dealt with this attack so casually if not for the lawless zone suppression. However, given the vast difference in their cultivation, it made sense. Arg! A terrifying scream echoed throughout the lawless zone. It was first humans but soon turned into the cry of a phoenix. Wang Wei smirked as he looked at the dark tattoos on Five Feathers' face. This curse is truly nasty, and Wang Wei did not even create it. Instead, the curse demon created something by studying the innate curse in his blood. After seeing it, Wang Wei even suspects the curse demon's bloodline curse might have some relationship with transcendence, so he raises the latter's value. Wang Wei calmly watched Paragon Jimin's disappearance, so he sent a message to someone, "Old man Dai, hurry up and hide. These people will take their frustrations on you once they've calmed down." Old man Dai woke up from the shock and acted swiftly. He did not immediately run away, as that could have drawn attention to him. Instead, he left a projection while his main body secretly left. "Well, my work here is done, so it's time to leave," Wang Wei boldly declared. "You bastard!" Five Feathers roared. "This must be your work." She summoned a phoenix with so much heat that the surrounding spacetime trembled. However, Wang Wei had already dispersed, but his voice still echoed in the sky, no need to get excited, he sneered. I have plenty of time to play with all of you. I promise that once I'm done, none of you will have a good ending. He cackled maniacally before saying his last words. I wonder who will suffer next. I can't wait. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1338 Surrounded. All the moons felt a chill down their backs. Anyone else could have said these words, and they would have scoffed or looked at the person with disdain. However, the person who threatened them was a Dao overlord. Their factions had already gotten their hands on most of the things Wang Wei did in the lower dimension from the people who ascended, so they knew how capable he was. Adding the fact they suffered a loss with their first interaction with them, that threat was no joke. So, they paused and looked at each other, thinking whether improving their relationship to deal with such a threat was best. Sadly, this thought wasn't fully formed when someone took action. 5 Feathers opened a space tear and left the lawless zone. She directly teleported back to her territory. She was so fast that you would think she was running away. Then, as soon as she arrived at her palace, she activated the formations in her cultivation room and left a projection to meet her people. Everyone looked at this calmly and left one by one, leaving only Time Eater. He looked at these people and shook his head. He knew they were not reliable, so he viewed them as pawns that could be discarded at any time. His vision penetrated the distance, and he glanced at the desolate area where Wang Wei had his ceremony. He used the merit system to give Heavenly Dao a fighting chance. What a brilliant move, Time Eater analyzed. His eyes squinted. By now, he should have realized his real threat was supreme unity, so his focus will be on that, which should give me more time. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. No, that would have been the case had he not realized my power. Now, he must see me as a threat. So, hell deal with me in 2 ways, hell hide and wait until he's dealt with the others, or he'll be one of the first to be attacked. Although he tried to hide it, I detected the aura of taboo from him, so his strength should be on par with Paragon's. However, he couldn't have become strong enough to deal with me. So, his best approach should be to facilitate help. Time Eater looked in the distance. He teleported home, and immediately, his army marched out. One group headed to the Origin Seal continent, and the other to the Dao opening sect. As far as Time Eater is concerned, there are a few people who can cause him harm in this world, and Wang Wei should have access to 2, Wu Hong and Yan Hai. So, he sent his army to threaten the lineages of these people and force them to hesitate to move. It's also a way for Time Eater to monitor their actions and detect in advance whether they will ignore the safety of their people and kill him. Origin Seal Continent. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. Things proceeded way smoother than he anticipated. He weakened 5 Feathers and Jimin. 5 Feathers is expected, but as for Paragon Jimin, well, Wang Wei had no choice. The latter was an extremely ambitious person and held a noble status/destiny as this era's first paragon. Wang Wei feared he would take some of his destiny as the era son, and used his status to gather more people on his side. Although Wang Wei did not care much about this destiny and after his actions, Heavenly Dao should have understood he was the best chance at surviving, he did not want to take any risks. After all, there is still the possibility that Heavenly Dao will spread a large net, trying to cultivate more people to help it. Wang Wei wanted all the luck, destiny, and blessing for himself, so Jimin had to go. The time it takes the latter to return to his peak and even deal with the repercussions of using that curse is enough for Wang Wei to spread his fame, gather more people, and guarantee his status as an era son. Although things looked bleak now, many of my previous plans can still work. I only need to put more focus on dealing with supreme unity, Wang Wei analyzed. After what happened, he realized his mistake. He should never have relied too much on Maitreya. At least, he should have expected her failure. Unfortunately, he placed all his focus on the parasites while believing she was more than capable of balancing him. You're back. Good. Wang Wei looked at Yan Hai and asked, what was the result? Everything is fine on the sect side, Yan Hai replied. As for the other? Well, it has become 1,000 times more challenging to contact them in limbo, and from what they said, they can't revive now. Challenging to contact? Meaning it's still possible? Wang Wei asked. Yes, but with a price. It's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. One of his plans was to bring about the return of the people in limbo in advance, but now, he had to abandon this plan. Such a major shift to the plan should have dealt a significant blow to his plans, but he was adaptable. What about the source Qi space? You can enter, but you can't return. Wang Wei frowned. The source Qi space is an omnipresent dimension that can be accessed from all chaos worlds in the universe. However, this thing is so vast that navigation is a nightmare. When most people enter, they must leave an anchor in a world to return to. However, Supreme Unity's lock seemed to have erased all anchors, preventing anyone from returning after entering the space. This is not entirely bad news, Wang Wei commented. How is that any good news? Now I have another way to deal with these parasites, Wang Wei calmly replied. As long as he exiled them into the source Qi space, they'd be lost and might even die there. Wang Wei doesn't believe the lock would not take into account things like longevity resources, so even if they revive themselves, it should be inside the source Qi space instead of returning home. You are really Brother Qiuan's descendants, Yan Hai suddenly commented. Throughout their long lives, they had been in many despairing situations, but Qiuan always remained calm and found a positive aspect. By the way, I've checked the others, Yan Hai added. Contact with the underworld is blocked, however, there seems to be no problem with the River of Time or the River of Fate. Wang Wei frowned. He wanted to try something but stopped himself as he noticed something. He looked outside Origin Seal City and saw the place was surrounded by soldiers in expensive armor. Time Eater's Time Bandit Army? Check the sect, Yan Hai said, and Wang Wei also saw the Dao opening sect being surrounded. He analyzed the situation and realized what was happening. He sneered before muttering, you have the right idea but looking in the wrong direction. That insolent brat, Yan Hai cursed. I'm about to leave this place. Ancestor, what are you going to do? I've returned to the peak of the Empyrean, so I should return to the sect, Yan Hai commented. However, I'm worried about the Origin Seal continent. So, I'll stay here until Wu Hong returns. The Dao opening sect has a much deeper foundation, so she's not worried about them, but she cannot say the same for this place. Good. If you need anything, contact me, Wang Wei said before handing her control over the continent. However, he realized he was doing too much, as Yan Hai already had access. Wang Wei activated the newly updated Heaven Deception Array and used every other hiding technique he knew before returning to the Dao burial ground. Wang Wei sent the message for the team to meet him in half an hour since he wanted to check a few things beforehand. He closed his eyes and used his position as the Earth Emperor to check on Samsara/Underworld. The result was negative. Wang Wei then tried another approach. He summoned the souls of the devil cultivators he previously used as an experiment, trying to revive them. The result was the same. So, from now on, the relationship between the world of the living and the world of the dead is a one-way ticket. Such a situation is ideal for the underworld, which is fed up with all these cultivators capable of playing with life and death as they please. However, this situation is terrible news for Wang Wei since there are many methods he can no longer use, and he cannot rely on his powerful grandmother. Wang Wei was deep in thought. What about fate and time? Did he really do nothing to them? He did not think the latter would leave such a loophole. I don't expect him to be able to interfere directly with the operations of these things, but there should be some hindrance, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1339 Oversight. What would I do if I were him? Wang Wei asked himself. Paragons can escape to other timelines, so I would have blocked this path. However, the world doesn't have other paragons who want to escape. Furthermore, I don't think Maitreya is so incapable that she would allow him to interfere completely with the River of Time. Additionally, the River of Time is required to eliminate resistance from the everlasting Empyreans. That would explain why nothing is wrong with it, but what about the River of Fate? Wang Wei was not arrogant enough to think Supreme Unity was not strong enough to interfere in the affairs of fate. Recent events have shown him how powerful half-step transcendents are, and Supreme Unity is of the lowest tier. So, he analyzed the situation, trying to deduce any logical or illogical explanation. Information interference, Wang Wei deduced. I used Fate Dao for all my divinations, so maybe Supreme Unity can intercept all the information I divined. Better yet, maybe he can modify them and give me false prophecies. Wang Wei frowned. If that were true, he'd have to abandon using all his means of divination. He cannot even use his yin-yang calculation since that method calculates the secrets of heaven and earth, but Supreme Unity controls heaven and earth. The only method left for Wang Wei was to either get the information the old-fashioned way or use Heaven Dao to access heavenly Daoist records. However, my expertise is not Heaven Dao. More importantly, there is a possibility that Supreme Unity can also feed my false records. Wang Wei grunted. He did not want to give up on the River of Fate since that would mean reducing one of his most extraordinary means of getting information. In that case, I need an outside and uncorrupted source of power, Wang Wei thought. The Origin Seal Continent's River of Fate. Wang Wei frowned as this method may not be as reliable as he thought. After all, Wuhong was a paragon when she made that thing, so there is no guarantee that it can escape manipulation from Supreme Unity. In that case, the best I can do is to take any divination I made and filter them through the Origin Seal Continent. Although such information is probably only 30% reliable, it's better than nothing. Wang Wei sighed. He really did not like the situation. As someone who pursues freedom, he hates nothing more than cages. Sadly, this world has turned into precisely that. Wang Wei noticed his people who had entered the room. His gaze focused on Monk. The latter's aura was chaotic, and Wang Wei sensed his weakened blood energy. However, this was not his main concern. Taboo realm? You've succeeded? Thanks to you, Monk nodded. Sadly, I was injured as soon as I succeeded. The former barbarian king can be said to be both extremely lucky and unlucky. As soon as he finished adding the giant characteristics to his existence, and enlarged his vessel, the world outside changed, and he was attacked by lightning, almost dying. That's excellent news, Wang Wei said. He was surprised that Monk succeeded, not because of the success but because of how swiftly he did it. Forget about the requirements for existence, understanding for this plan to succeed, there is still the need for a paragon-tier giant heart. There is no way that Monk could cultivate such a thing in just 10,000 yuan epochs, and even if he had 10 times the time, he could not succeed. That means he succeeded because the barbarian race provided him with the needed resources. The fact that the barbarian race has a paragon-tier giant heart is proof of their foundation, Wang Wei analyzed. The giant race has been extinct for so long, so it's rare to have any left. It's also further proof of how much they value him. Attack me with all your strength, Wang Wei suddenly said. Monkey was surprised, but he followed orders. Boom! The attack was indeed powerful, but Wang Wei not only easily blocked it, but he prevented any power from affecting the surroundings. Wang Wei frowned, 90% indeed, but it's the bottom. Your strength should reach the peak after you recuperate your injury, but it's not enough to stop even one of those parasites. My wife has made some improvements. With her blessing, my strength should be increased by 1 or 2%, Monk added. Excellent, Wang Wei nodded. I'll lend you my puppet. If you two work together with the right formation, you can fight with me against these people. There is no need. The clan has given me similar protection, Monk added. That's even better, Wang Wei nodded. In that case, you should also be aware of how different battles are on that level. I do, Monk nodded. The clan sent me an artifact to help me train. It seems I don't have to worry about you. Wang Wei felt relieved. He looked around and asked, "Where is the Grand Mist Gang Lord?" "Sir, he's dead," Wang Qi replied. "I reported it to you." Wang Wei remembered he had a few talismans he needed to use after leaving his retreat, one of which included the memories of his clones and the report from the past 10,000 yuan epochs. Did he die in the creation tribulation? He asked as he summoned the talismans he needed to absorb. That's right. I guess he wasn't as valuable as he said he was. Wang Wei shook his head as he received the information from the talismans. Huh. He became a ghost because he was obsessed with killing the bloodline gang lord. Maybe he still has some use. Wang Wei was interested in the power of obsession, which was capable of creating miracles. Maybe he can learn something by studying the Grand Mist Gang Lord's state. Well, let's get started, Wang Wei said before telling them of the current situation, including his predictions of what might happen. Everyone looked at him in shock. They already thought things were bad since they could no longer cultivate, but they learned the situation was even worse. Killing all non-cultivator mortals? Dulgun said. Doesn't that mean also eliminating all everlasting Empyreans, true avatar, except for the people from the lower dimension? Wang Wei's body suddenly paused. I didn't even think of that. He's been so busy reacting to the situation, so he oversaw that little detail. No, not just small details, since he also did not think about the lower dimensions. Is the current state of the lower dimension the same? No, it shouldn't be. The Heaven Emperor era brought unparalleled prosperity to the lower dimension, which should have granted Heavenly Tao absolute control over it. In fact, it might even be the cause of why it still has a fighting chance against supreme unity. A glint flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. If that is true, on Supreme Unity's must-kill list. Wang Wei was the source of the Heavenly Emperor era, so his death could scatter the destiny of that era, which would make it easier for Supreme Unity to regain control over the lower dimension. Wang Wei suddenly changed his mindset. He previously thought Supreme Unity saw him as an ant, a minor nuisance that it could get rid of any time, but now, he understood his role was way more important than he previously realized. He raised his hand to open a portal before teleporting all his true avatars. Although most were in the lower dimensions, he had quite a few here. I should have done this sooner, Wang Wei suddenly thought. How dare he leave his avatars so openly when people like Maitreya and Supreme Unity can probably detect them? Wang Wei looked at his avatars and did not hesitate to kill all of them. He did not want to take the risk that someone had secretly manipulated them, so he erased them and started over. He felt terrible for his few avatars with cultivation since he could not replace them, but their danger outweighed the benefit. Wang Wei focused on the group, and as expected, the others also recalled their avatars. He nodded before continuing, "We are about to deploy and eliminate some threats. How is our army?" "We're ready," Wang Qi said. "In the past few years, the puppet demon has manufactured countless puppets, and our legions are ready." "You did a good job," Wang Wei praised the puppet demon, and the latter became flattered. The latter was already scared of Wang Wei's strength, but now, seeing how easily he dealt with Monk, he was even more in awe. The puppet demon also realized his current situation was an opportunity to change his life for the better. "Monk, you can stay to recuperate. Everyone else can prepare. I can still fight. Don't be stubborn. If you don't heal your injuries, it might aggravate the situation," Wang Wei said. He was in a similar situation but could not wait since he needed to move as fast as possible. "Listen to him," Dulgun gently persuaded him, and Monk relented. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1340 Sage Lin Qi, unedited chapter. The group dispersed to prepare for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wei contacted two people, one of which was Emperor Kong. After receiving the feedback, he secretly teleported near the academy before receiving a message for a meeting elsewhere. After ensuring there were no problems, Wang Wei broke the void to enter the meeting place using the coordinate he received. He found himself in this small dimension with 4 arrays floating in the void and 3 individuals waiting for him. He recognized Emperor Kong but had no idea about the other two. "Let me introduce you," Emperor Kong said. "This is Sage Pure Flame." Wang Wei looked at the man, no, the person before him. He had a humanoid shape, but his entire body was composed of flame. A rare flame spirit? It's common for flames to gain sentience and turn into the Dao shape, which is also what humans looked like, but this person was different. He did not turn into the Dao shape and retained his flame body. That, in itself, is not impressive, but the fact he could cultivate the Empyrean realm is. The Dao shape is the optimal body shape for understanding the Dao. It's one of the reasons why humans are one of the species with the highest comprehension between heaven and earth. However, this Sage Pure Flame cultivates to such a level even without this boost. A level 1 golden body of merit, right? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Sage Pure Flame nodded. I was looking enough to find a sealed continent with this strange black power that was extremely corrosive to the mind, body, and soul. Furthermore, it spreads easily, even with the slightest contact. After purifying it, I received enough merit to condense a golden body of merit. Heavenly Dao is cruel when it comes to the death of trillions of cultivators and mortals. The fact it gave you enough credit to condense the golden body is proof that that black power would have caused a serious catastrophe if it were released, Wang Wei nodded. I figured as much, Sage Pure Flame nodded. Wang Wei looked at him and said, I know this is out of line, but I must say it. Such a power is hazardous, especially if it has the power to evolve. If you were curious and kept some to study, I recommend you destroy it as soon as possible. Oh, I'm aware, so I did not take any chances and removed all traces of it. That's good, Wang Wei nodded with a smile. Once again, sorry for stepping out of line. I understand. I need to put one of my guards to watch him closely, Wang Wei thought. Usually, he would not care that much about what Pure Flame did with that thing. He might even be interested in studying it himself. However, the current situation means that Wang Wei cannot afford any more unknown and uncontrollable variables. And this is? Wang Wei asked, looking at this elderly dressed in a simple white robe. His eyes were clear, his white hair and long white beard were luscious, and his demeanor was that of a wise man. Anyone who laid eyes on this man, including Wang Wei, had an instinctive respect for him. The man naturally radiated goodness and positive energy. This is such a rare sight in the cultivation world, Wang Wei thought. This is Sage Lin Qi, Emperor Kong said, his voice containing genuine respect. Lin Qi, where have I heard this name before? Wang Wei muttered before a sudden realization dawned on him. You're the man said to be born with the heart of Buddha, the founder of the Mortal Protection Association? I never liked these names, so just call me Lin Qi. Wang Wei sighed. This man was the embodiment of virtue and kindness. Born in a small fishing village, a battle between cultivators destroyed his hometown, and he was the only survivor. After that, he embarked on a journey to protect his kind, mortals. He built the Mortal Protection Association to protect mortals from cultivators, not in the sense of using his strength or preventing cultivators from killing mortals. No, he assisted mortals. Whenever there is a battle near large areas of mortals, he'll deploy his people to protect them before dealing with the aftermath, which involves saving the injured, rebuilding houses, rebuilding farms, and giving some compensation to the survivors. His association will repair places permanently destroyed by cultivators to ensure that life, mortals, to be precise, can once again live there and prosper. He provided education to mortals so they could be fulfilling members of society. Once he finds someone with talent, he'll provide them with starting resources as long as they promise they will not turn into these cold-hearted cultivators once they succeed. Lin Qi never forced these mortals to join his cause, but most did so or returned to repay him after gaining fame and success. As a result, he built a group of like-minded individuals who supported the Mortal Protection Association, turning it into one of the most potent Empyrean forces in the current era. "It's an honor to meet you," Wang Wei said sincerely as he cupped his hands and bowed. He truly respected people like these, devoting themselves to others. "The honor is mine," Sage Lin Qi responded. "I know what a great burden destiny has placed on you, and so far, it seems you're handling it quite well." Lin Qi did not know much about Wang Wei until 10,000 yuan epochs ago when Emperor Kong contacted him. However, he heard Wang Wei's voice when he prayed to heaven and earth and shared the cultivation technique. Lin Qi analyzed the situation, and although he did not know as much as Wang Wei, he realized that something terrible was about to happen. His instinct told him that Wang Wei's actions had brought some kind of hope to the world. "Thank you," Wang Wei nodded. "Once this ends, I want to discuss something with you." Wang Wei realized this was an opportunity. Lin Qi has deep connections to mortals worldwide, meaning he was the perfect person to discuss the spread of the mortal civilization. Wang Wei felt it was not worth all the struggles of spreading the mortal civilization, given how large this world was and how complicated it would become to try to intervene in the territories of other factions. So, he originally planned only to spread it in the Dao opening sect's territory and receive some residual merit from people who copied him. However, mortals' livelihoods were at stake, so they needed some form of protection against cultivators. In the lower dimension, the limit mortal civilization was Tier 4, but in the upper dimensions, it should be Tier 6, even Tier 7 if Heavenly Dao can take this opportunity and be more lenient with them, Wang Wei analyzed. With such power and the mortal art Dao, they should be able to protect themselves once these cultivators go crazy and start massacring them to increase their lifespans. The problem is whether I can build the Sage Temples under Supreme Unity's eyes. Wang Wei was not optimistic about such a plan. Supreme Unity saw what he did in the lower dimension, or at the very least, knew about it, meaning he should have prepared beforehand. Alas, Wang Wei sighed. He was still complaining about the whole thing. His focus should have been on the parasites, but now, he was forced to distract himself and start playing a game of chess with a half-step transcendent. "Now that everyone has introduced each other, it's my turn," Wang Wei said. Although he knew these people already knew of him, it would be arrogant of him to treat it as such. So, he simply introduced himself. "Are we all ready?" They nodded. "You should understand the risks involved, right?" Wang Wei continued. "According to the agreement, if something goes wrong, they'll stay to confront the enemy and buy you guys time to run away first. However, you should also understand that even with my best efforts, there is still a high chance of you guys being killed. Don't worry about us," Sage Lin Qi said. He was born near the end of the Golden Era and started his work since then. So, he understood how terrible the lives of mortals have been compared to back then and now, so despite the danger, Sage Lin Qi would participate in this event. His people need hope. Emperor Kong nodded. He had the most to lose in terms of risks, but he was also one of the few people who could not back down. The Academy's future depends on this operation. Although Wang Wei forced him to act before he was prepared, he saw it as the boost he needed to take action early. Honestly, Emperor Kong was glad he was forced to act after seeing that heaven's luck. "We know the risks, and we accept them," Sage Pure Flame said, and Wang Wei glanced at him. He understood why the others wanted to partake in this action, but Sage Pure Flame's motives eluded him. At first, he accepted the latter's inclusion because merit was involved, but after the lock, it's not guaranteed whether their actions will have any benefit. "In that case, let's move," Wang Wei declared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1341 Quick and aggressive move. Time Eater sat on a throne, calmly listening to his subordinate explain everything that had occurred since he left for the frontier. Although he knew about the most significant news, he was meticulous about this type of thing, so he wanted to know everything to ensure he did not miss anything crucial. He would ask questions once in a while once he heard a topic he thought was important. He suddenly stopped and raised his head. The room was immediately silenced, especially after Time Eater stood up with a frown. The people stopped breathing to ensure they did not bother the Lord. What's going on? Why am I feeling uneasy? Time Eater thought. He immediately trusted his instinct that something was about to happen, but he could not fathom what. Is someone going to attack me? If so, who? He recalled his enemies and first thought about Yanhai and Wu Hong. So, he used a technique to check on the people he placed around their factions. Of course, he did not expect to notice their disappearance with these low-level soldiers. Time Eater was a master of time Dao, and that's how he tracked his opponent. Through the soldiers, he used a technique that tracked residual time fluctuation around the entire Origin Seal continent and the Dao opening sect. This residual fluctuation is difficult to detect unless these two already knew he was doing it, making it easier for him to track them. Nothing? Time Eater thought. His technique did not track any individual directly but checked how much the surrounding spacetime continuum in these locations has changed. Yanhai and Wu Hong are extremely powerful, meaning their presence significantly influences the surrounding spacetime continuum. So, if any of them had left, there would be signs. Wait, there is a significant change from the last time I checked. This level of effect, Wang Wei. Did he leave? Is he the one coming to attack me? But how did he get the courage? As soon as these thoughts appeared, Time Eater removed them. He would not underestimate any Dao overlords, especially one with enough time to prepare to eliminate their opponent. I must prepare to respond. Boom! Time Eater's face changed. He disappeared from his palace and teleported outside. He looked in the distance and discovered 4 pillars in the heavens releasing golden lights. The resentment purification pillars? Kong, are you a part of this? Time Eater immediately noticed 4 people at each pillar, including Emperor Kong. He identified these 4 people, and with one glance, he knew what they had in common: golden bodies of merit. His face changed as he thought of something, so he rushed to stop them. Sadly, he was too late as the 4 pillars released a barrier surrounding the palace. So that's your plan, Time Eater said gloomily. Seal me so I can stay out of the way while you eliminate the other useless bastards. Wang Wei, this is far from over. Time Eater took a deep breath to calm down. The situation was severe, and he needed to act swiftly. He looked at this seal formed by 4 sages, trying to find a weak spot. His eyes suddenly lit. 3 of them have a second-level body, while the last one only has a first level. I can exploit such a flaw in this seal. Time Eater did not waste time as he immediately rushed to the Pure Flame Sage's pillar and started attacking. So, he found it after all, Wang Wei thought. He knew the slight flaw of this seal, but he did not expect Time Eater to find it so quickly. You're really not a simple bastard, are you? Wang Wei deployed his golden body to finish the sealing process as fast as possible, and the others followed. The barriers around the palace shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, trying to capture Time Eater. However, Wang Wei, or the others, were not happy. This won't work, Emperor Kong said. I tried my best to reduce the flaw of this seal, but he caught it so quickly. With his strength, he might be able to delay long enough to find a way to destroy it. Should we move to the next step? However, it might not work after the lock, Sage Lin Qi said. Everyone was quiet. Time Eater became aggressive with each passing second. Meanwhile, the barrier seal slowly closed in, but the speed was reducing with time. Hold on for a little while. I have a plan, Wang Wei said. He was telling the truth, but, as always, only the partial truth. He had anticipated this outcome, so he prepared for it. However, he did not immediately act for two reasons. Firstly, this was a perfect opportunity to gather data about Time Eater's fighting prowess, and secondly, he wanted to observe Sage Pure Flame. His part was indeed the weak link of the array/seal, but Wang Wei wanted to ensure the latter was not suspicious by not doing his job correctly. Wang Wei kept observing him, prepared to slap him to death at the slightest signs of rebellion. It seems I may be overthinking, Wang Wei concluded after a few minutes of observations. In that case, let's move to the next step. He sent a signal, and immediately afterward, 3 people appeared next to the pure sage flame, shocking the latter and ready to attack or defend himself. However, he was soon reassured after realizing these people were Buddhist monks. Feng Heng, thank you for coming, Wang Wei said, looking at the leading monk. Donor, this poor monk is happy to help. After all, you are still the honorary Buddha of our temple, Feng Heng replied. Well, this is not the time to chat, so let's get down to business. Feng Heng nodded before releasing his peak first-level golden body of merit and Empyrean realm cultivation level. In the past 10,000 yuan epochs, Feng Heng used his savings from the lower dimension, the Buddhist sect's resources, and all his merit and destiny to reach cultivation of 72% Grand Dao Source or the early stages of Empyrean. His golden body has almost reached the 2nd level, and the next time he receives the reward for reviving Buddhism in the lower dimension, he should achieve a 2nd level. The other monks followed him, and they were also 1st-level golden body with Empyrean realm cultivation, but they were all in the late or peak stages, similar to Wang Wei. With the addition of these 3 people reinforcing Sage Pure Flame, the seal's flaw was made up, thus changing the situation. The barrier, which had previously stopped, immediately started shrinking again, forcing Time Eater to take drastic measures. He released all his powers to force the sealing process to stop temporarily. He gazed at Wang Wei. I guess I should have expected such a move from you. Time Eater had to admit that he had lost in their first confrontation. He acknowledged it but would not admit it was because he was not as intelligent as the latter. His defeat was the result of a lack of information and circumstances. He did not know as much about Wang Wei as he thought, and he did not have the time to plan or anticipate his opponent's next move while he was on the frontier. Wang Wei did not pay him any mind. Instead, he focused on completing the seal. Time Eater turned to Emperor Kong. Are you sure you want to do this? Wang Wei has the Dao opening sect as a safety net in case something goes wrong, but you'll lose everything you've built so far as long as you make one wrong move. Emperor Kong remained quiet. Time Eater was telling the truth, but that was not enough for him to get in bed with him. The chances of making the wrong move drastically increased by being on Time Eater's side rather than being his enemy. The situation looked hopeless, but Emperor Kong knew that his future was only guaranteed by betting on Heavenly Dao. If Supreme Unity wins, he does not want to think about what future awaits him or the Academy. Plus, as Susher said, it's always a good thing to bet on Wang Wei's side, Emperor Kong thought as he continued his actions to complete the seal. Time Eater turned to Sage Lin Qi, but he did not even bother, leaving only the last group. He scrutinized the monks briefly before focusing on Sage Pure Flame. You have no bone in this fight, right? Time Eater said. You're probably here because these people promised you some benefits. Let me guess, merit? I think I'm right. However, in the current situation, the merit system is malfunctioning, to say the least, so what's the point of working so hard for nothing? Just like the others, Pure Flame remained quiet. However, no one knew whether it was because he was not tempted or out of fear that if he took action, the monks behind him would annihilate him with one strike. Time Eater looked at Pure Flame before glancing at the others. His gaze then shifted to the outside. As expected, I cannot rely on these people. He looked around, analyzing the situation. Is this my only option in this scenario? He was unwilling to reveal one of his trump cards so early, but Time Eater knew he might not have a choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1342 Good Response and 2 Steps Ahead, unedited chapter. Time Eater waved his hand to summon a projection of the River of Time. He used it as a medium to release terrifying chaotic temporal storms, trying to break, or even stop, the seal. Sadly, his efforts were pointless. Wang Wei knew his Tao was time, so how would he not prepare for such a possibility? There is no need to hesitate, Time Eater reminded himself as he gazed at the seal, which was only a few meters in all dimensions. His body suddenly changed into a monstrosity. He completely filled the barrier in only a few seconds, but his body did not stop expanding. Everyone present watched as the small barrier expanded at an abnormal speed. In a few seconds, it reached the size of Time Eater's castle, but soon, it spread to include most of the Central Time Realm, which was the core area of Time Eater's territory, the capital, to be specific. "Stop him," Wang Wei yelled. Everyone was shocked by this monster that Time Eater had turned into, thus distracting them. Luckily, Wang Wei reminded them, and they quickly reinforced the seal, preventing it from spreading. However, their resistance was enormous, and they barely stopped the seal from expanding beyond its capabilities and shattering. "What is that thing?" Sage Pure Flame asked, looking at this enormously large creature whose body seemed made of stars, galaxies, and time itself. However, no one answered him since they did not know. "It's a time beast," Wang Wei said, and everyone gazed at him. "Powerful creatures born from unique environments," he explained. For example, void beasts are born in the spaces between worlds, source chi beasts are born from the source chi space, and time beasts are born from the river of time. However, they are extremely rare since the conditions of their births are harsh beyond reason. Everybody nodded. "So, does he have the bloodline of a time beast?" Emperor Kong asked. "That's the problem, he's supposed to be human." "There has been no record of him acquiring such a bloodline," Wang Wei replied with squinted eyes. "He should have acquired it at some point," Emperor Kong analyzed. "But the fact he was able to hide it so well shows how scheming his mind is. No, this is not a human who has acquired a bloodline. He's a time beast," Feng Heng suddenly said. Everybody looked at him and saw a third golden eye on his forehead. "What are you saying?" "If this poor monk guessed correctly, he's no longer human," Feng Heng explained. "This donor has abandoned his human body and taken over a time beast's body. The previous appearance was just a well-crafted meat puppet." "He's right," Wang Wei said. "The only thing human about him is his soul, but it also seems to have some characteristics of the time beast. Most likely, he swallowed the latter's." Learning that Time Eater's genuine body was a time beast was a great revelation. Wang Wei knew he would have suffered had he tried to plan the latter's downfall without knowing this piece of information. "It's good that we know more about our opponent, but this is not helping our current situation," Emperor Kong said. "Kong's right. Let's proceed to the next step," Wang Wei announced. "This may be the only way to seal Time Eater truly." "But what if that doesn't work?" Sage Pure Flame suddenly asked. "Well, use backup C, which is," he asked in confusion, and he was not the only one. "The plan only reached backup B. You'll know when we get there," Wang Wei replied. Emperor Kong frowned before suddenly thinking of something. "I understand," he said, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Sacrifices are necessary in these times of great trouble," Sage Lin Qi nodded, acquiescing. Wang Wei looked at this old man, not thinking he was this sharp. However, it made sense. After all, Sage Lin Qi's actions must have offended many people. Even with the golden body of merit, some people would dare scheme against him. After all, even if they cannot kill him, they can seal him. However, the old man remained alive and continued his work, which showed he was not simple. "Let's get started," Wang Wei said, and everyone started to recite a few words. "The world is in chaos. Destiny has been stolen and shackled. The world needs freedom, which cannot be achieved until the perpetrators are dealt with. In my name as a sage, I, Wang Wei, insert name, shall seal this evildoer to give hope to heaven and earth." There are many positions or titles between heaven and earth, many of which have certain authorities. For example, the Earth Emperor has full access to the underworld and can even request a direct meeting with one of the Yama kings. The position of sage also has certain authority or power, mainly to protect the world or guide it in a better direction. These 7 people are mobilizing this authority to seal Time Eater. Such an approach would have been quick and easy a few hours ago, but after the lock. Their authority is a power granted by heaven and earth, or heavenly Tao, to be directed. So, the issue now is whether they can still mobilize its power. Wang Wei looked at the sky, waiting with bated breath. The others were immediately worried, but he and Emperor Kong, who both already cultivated their paragon souls, could detect a recognizable power trying to be mobilized from heaven and earth. However, it's also apparent that something else was intercepting it. Luckily, a golden light descended from the sky after a few seconds and turned into golden chains surrounding the barrier. The seal was completed. However, Wang Wei frowned. The seal did not shrink but remained the size of Time Eater's humongous body. This difference might not appear much to others, but he knew the difference. The new seal included not only Time Eater but also the entire Central Time Realm, meaning the latter had access to manpower and resources for that whole realm. This meant he could cultivate and even plan for his escape. He cannot directly interfere, but his strength can continue to improve, and he might even find a way to interfere from the shadow, Wang Wei analyzed. The current situation was the definition of he won the battle but not the war. It was not that simple to deal with those capable paragons. However, Wang Wei was glad he did not have to use backup C, as that would mean actual loss. "You made an excellent response to my move," Wang Wei thought. But I'm still a few steps ahead. He waved his hand to condense his destiny into a spear. "Gentlemen, if you don't mind, may I borrow your destiny?" Everyone looked at him, not hiding their puzzlement. Emperor Kong remembered the information he gathered about that party and did not hesitate to add his destiny to the spear. Sage Lin Qi was also confused but followed suit after seeing Emperor Kong's actions. Feng Heng did not say anything else and just lent his destiny. The monks who followed him copied him without asking for an explanation. After his outstanding merit in the lower dimensions, Feng Heng had an extremely high status in Buddhism, and everyone knew he'd probably be Mother Maitreya's next disciple. Sage Pure Flame was the last one to instill his destiny. After seeing everyone do it, he knew refusing was a bad idea. Additionally, he had sensed that Sage Wang Wei was weary of him. His intuition told him if he refused, he might be able to leave this place alive, but he would not live long. Wang Wei calmly took the Spear of Destiny, with one hand, and with the other, he used a Luck Dao spell. A roar echoed between heaven and earth, followed by the manifestation of an enormous dragon that covered Time Eater's territory. The dragon covered not only the Central Time Realm but all the territory, including countless other realms, worlds, universes, dimensions, etc. "Wang Wei, you bastard," the Time Beast roared. He knew what was going to happen. As expected, Wang Wei threw the spear, trying to destroy Time Eater's Qi Luck Dragon, just like he did to Five Feathers. "I can't let this happen," Time Eater thought. Under normal circumstances, he did not care much about this luck now that his plan was close to completion. However, it was an entirely different matter now that he was sealed. He looked at the dragon and knew it would not last long. After all, the spear was created with the attribute of destroying Qi Luck Dragon. It also did not help that the destiny used to create it originated from sages. Time Eater clawed his own heart to draw this gray and misty blood that exuded the power of time. He drew a magic circle in the hair before putting his blood at the center. The art of sacrifice. The Tao of sacrifice is one of the universe's most versatile and powerful Tao. As long as you have enough knowledge/accomplishment in the field, you can gain anything, with the proper sacrifice. Time Beast's blood is extremely valuable, even more so for the blood essence from their heart. Time Eater bypassed the seal with this sacrifice and temporarily controlled the Qi Luck Dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1343 Wins and Losses under Time Eater's control. The dragon resisted the spear's power. After a few clashes, it became apparent that the spear would eventually lose before the effect of Time Eater's sacrifice ended. Everyone looked at Wang Wei, indicating for him to make his next move. Otherwise, they should think of a solution together. Wang Wei did not disappoint them. He pointed his fingers to condense numerous karmic lines that rushed to different points throughout the eternal ascension world. Emperor Kong frowned because he was the first to realize to whom these lines connected, the people from Sun Junyo's party. The ancients were wise when they warned not to mess with a karma master, Emperor Kong complained. Cultivators with high attainment in karma Tao are a pain to deal with. After meeting them only once, they can create a karmic connection between them. With those connections, a master can do many things, including spying, controlling, stealing, etc. Wang Wei was only in the same room as these people, and he could form karma links between him and them. With these threads, Wang Wei summoned a projection from the river of time of Sun Junyo's Spear of Destiny. An illusory spear slowly condensed before him, but Wang Wei soon frowned. He detected many people trying to resist, so he snorted coldly to send them a warning. Numerous people worldwide suddenly spewed a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei sneered as he continued his actions. If these people could activate paragon formations in their locations, they might be able to stop him. However, with his current strength, they would have never detected that he was borrowing their destiny if not for his being in a hurry. He calmly looked at the spear. His original thought was to borrow these people's destiny to bless his destiny spear. However, Wang Wei's instinct told him there might be some form of interference. So, he used his time Tao and the river of time to achieve a similar effect. He waved his hand, and the imaginary spear fused with the genuine one. The Qi Luck Dragon roared in agony, followed by an intense killing gaze. Wang Wei followed the source and saw Time Eater's humongous eyes. "Why don't you keep sacrificing?" he taunted. "With such a big body, you should have plenty of blood." Time Eater quietly looked at him. Is he trying to trick me into weakening myself, or is this a bluff? There is a chance that Wang Wei has no more moves, and if he pays the price, he may be able to save that Qi Luck Dragon. However, Time Eater was unsure, and more importantly, he did not want to take the risk. Damn it, he cursed. It's been so long, and there has been such a large movement, but none of these people have come to help. After a brief pause, Time Eater decided to accept this loss, especially since he knew things would not end so quickly. Some people wanted to save this Qi Luck Dragon more than him. Wang Wei glanced at him before focusing on the battle. The other parasites did not show up, which was one of my predictions. But I also predicted that Supreme Unity would directly order them to act. It seems that Maitreya is not as useless as I thought. Of course, this was the bare minimum he required from her. However, after recent events, Wang Wei's mindset has changed to always expect the worst from his teammate. Roar! The dragon could not hold any longer and was dispersed. However, was that the end of things? Far from it. A black and white light descended from the sky, heading directly for this dispersed Luck of Time Eater's territory. Wang Wei saw such a sight before, and he knew what would happen next. It seems this time he's not only saving the smallest portion but directly reverting the dragon to its original state, Wang Wei thought as he watched the black and white beam. Amitabha, Feng Heng suddenly said. Activate. Buddhist chants suddenly echoed between heaven and earth, followed by countless Buddha statuses worldwide, suddenly releasing a golden light to confront the black and white light. Wang Wei was surprised, followed by ecstasy. I see. Maitreya has been locked out of the world but still has some influences. She can use a medium to channel her power and interfere. This was good news for Wang Wei as that meant he had more choices/options available to him when dealing with Supreme Unity's madness. The confrontation between these two superpowers lasted for a few minutes, and Maitreya won. Supreme Unity did not succeed in saving the Qi Luck Dragon, or so everybody thought. Before anyone could celebrate, 5 Qi Luck dragons of varying sizes appeared between heaven and earth, and they released a multicolored orb from their mouths that instantly recondensed the Qi Luck Dragon. Of course, this newly condensed Luck Dragon was the smallest, even tinier than 5 feathers luck. Regardless, it was condensed. What should we do now? Wang Wei frowned. Let's leave. It's no longer safe. He had accomplished his primary objectives. As for the other losses, they were acceptable for now. So, Wang Wei took one last glance at these 5 dragons and sneered before disappearing. Everyone returned to the secret locations they had already designated. As soon as they arrived, Sage Pure Flame said his goodbyes to everybody and left. Wang Wei still thanked him sincerely, even though he had already planned for someone to monitor him. After he left, no one mentioned Pure Flame's weird behavior. Instead, Wang Wei had a conversation with Feng Heng and Sage Lin Qi. He introduced the latter to mortal civilization and mortal art Dao, asking him to cooperate and work together to spread these concepts. This is a wonderful idea, Sage Lin Qi said, not hiding his excitement. For many years, he has lamented how weak mortals were and thought of every way to improve their lives. But he never thought of improving their strength, especially to the point of competing with cultivators. This poor monk has always planned to spread these concepts, but I wanted to wait for your permission, Feng Heng said. But his territory was the second largest in the world, only slightly inferior to Taoism, meaning their mortal population was astronomical. Feng Heng knew the merit he could receive by spreading these concepts, but he chose to remain respectful until Wang Wei brought it up. I'm glad to hear it, Wang Wei nodded. If my guess is correct, mortals will need a way to defend themselves, not to mention the merit involved. Can we even get merit in the current situation? Emperor Kong asked. I'm not sure, Wang Wei shook his head. However, even if we don't, it will only be delayed until we become the victor in this war. By then, Heavenly Dao will reward us 10 times for our effort and loyalty. Everybody caught on that their benefit was contingent on their winning, but no one mentioned it. They've already made their choices, and with people of their willpower, they won't easily switch sides. Can the Academy participate? Emperor Kong asked. Do you have the means? Wang Wei asked back, and Emperor Kong smiled wryly. Indeed, their academy was now the enemy of the parasites, meaning it was time for them to hide underground. In the process, they must also abandon many of their branches, let alone their territory. No need to be depressed, Wang Wei said. Kong should have been prepared for this outcome, so there was no point in complaining or regretting. The moment he chose to work with these parasites to accelerate the Academy's growth, today's events were bound to happen as long as he was unwilling to remain these people's dogs or leave a name of infamy throughout history. We still have a feast to participate in. Although it's not as good as the Blood Dragon, it's plenty for the 3 of us to divide. Buddhism did not need this, so they were not participating. Wang Wei discussed with these 2 how to spread these 2 concepts. Meanwhile, his people, the Academy, and Sage Lin Qi's people had already started the feast. They attacked all the resource points/halls in Time Eater's territory. The battle was fierce but swift. After all, most of that territory's elite warriors were located in the Central Time Realm, except for the People Time Eater previously sent to Origin Seal Continent and Dao Opening Sect. Unfortunately, after seeing what happened to these people's bosses, these former overlord factions showed their bold sides and sent people to wipe out these elites. Ultimately, these resource points did not survive long without reinforcements. Their only hope was the other parasites, but Wang Wei knew these people's psychology too well. As long as he hid in the shadows and did not show up, none dared to share pieces of the pie openly. Recent events have shown that Wang Wei was a genuine threat, and these people did not want to be the next victim. Of course, a few of them were slightly brave. The Earth Emperor did not show up, but after a while, he sent a few legions to plunder. After seeing his actions, the others also gained the courage to act. Unfortunately, most of the best places have been plundered by then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1344 Worst Case Scenario. Wang Wei did not wait to hear how much wealth he had plundered. After returning to the Dao burial ground, he immediately entered a cultivation retreat to heal his injuries. He's been suppressing his injuries for a while now since time was urgent, but now, he finally could no longer hold on. As soon as he sat down, he swallowed numerous pills before using the healing technique he created after purveying his future wife's library, Time Phoenix Nirvana Art. A white and black flame enveloped his body, releasing an enormous amount of life and death energy that entered his existence, and healed the underlying problems. Once the life and death energy reached a certain level, they formed a yin-yang symbol that controls the time concept of forward and backward. Then, Wang Wei's body was slowly reverting to the time before his existence was affected. Ordinary injuries can be instantly reverted with this method. In fact, Wang Wei's natural regeneration was so terrifying that he did not even need any Dao or techniques to heal. However, it was different for Dao injuries or even more severe, existence injuries. Wang Wei frowned as he watched how slow the process was. At this rate, I won't be back to peak state even after 500,000 yuan epochs. Such a number was small. Wu Hong and Yan Hai were injured before the 7 moon eras but still haven't recuperated. In comparison, Wang Wei's injury was minor. Unfortunately, he could not wait so long. The following 1 yuan epoch will be crucial. If I'm not present to stop supreme unity, heaven knows what the world will be like by the time I recuperate. Wang Wei sighed. He absorbed the merit he previously received, trying to accelerate his recovery speed. He then calculated his recovery time. The merit worked, reducing his time to 33,000 yuan epochs. Still too long, Wang Wei thought. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes. He needed a method to heal in just a few thousand years, possibly a few hundred. Wang Wei immediately outlined countless methods, but with each method, he became more frustrated. There is no perfect solution. He must pay a serious price if he wants to heal in such a short period. He waved his hand to summon his golden body of merit. If I sacrifice some of it, I should recuperate in a few decades. However, this golden body will no longer be a peak second tier. It will take a long time to recuperate. Wang Wei gritted his teeth. Besides, when he fought with Di Tian, he had never suffered so much in his life. Reducing the effect of the golden body for a short recovery was an excellent price, but Wang Wei felt it was too much. He hated more than losing his things. He could accept defeat in battle but not lose in stuff like this. Supreme unity, I'll remember this. One day, I'll make you pay, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. Wait, paying a price? He slapped his forehead, thinking how stupid had been. Could the previous small setbacks affect me? How can I not think of such a simple thing? Wang Wei focused and started. Someone must pay a price for his recovery, but he did not have to be the one to pay it. A simple approach would be to share the price by the Wang clan through bloodline. As long as everyone shares, the price or backlash won't be much. However, Wang Wei would not do this since he had a better option: let his enemy pay. He is a master of karma, and that's one of the things he's good at. Wang Wei waved his hands to build a rune in the air. He focused intently on creating a new technique that combined Time Dao, Karma Dao, and the way of sacrifice. He took his time to modify each rune, and after an unknown amount of time, the runes combined together into a magic circle that released intense green light. The magic circle then turned into a projection of the river of time. The power of time washed over Wang Wei's body, and his complexion returned to normal. In a matter of seconds, this terrifying injury was healed. However, were things so simple? Of course not. The river of time's projection suddenly collapsed before transfiguring into a clock that rushed into Wang Wei's body. He removed the upper part of his robe to check his chest. As expected, he had a new tattoo of a clock that was slowly counting down. At the end of this clock was a picture of a skull. 33,333 years, it's lower than I expected, Wang Wei uttered. That's how long he has to repay his debt for suddenly healing, or he experiences true death. Moreover, the repayment cannot be random, it must be something valuable. It doesn't matter. It's more than enough time, Wang Wei said as he looked in the distance. A paragon's soul should be more than enough to pay the price for his actions. He walked out of the room and checked how much time had passed. 525 years, he thought. His healing process was instant as soon as his borrowed time technique was created. However, the process of the creation took over 2,500 years inside the time formation. He immediately summoned the team. Monk was the first to arrive, and his complexion was as rosy as a rose. His aura was peaceful, and as Wang Wei expected, his strength reached the peak of 90%. It seems your injuries were not as severe as I thought, Wang Wei said. I was lucky, Monk nodded. His injuries almost reached the level of existence. He did not know whether it was because he had just entered the battle taboo realm, so heaven and earth protected him, or was it just the manifestation of his luck. Regardless, he was lucky. I envy you, Wang Wei sighed. Monk looked at him in puzzlement. If his injuries were so severe, why did he look perfectly all right? He shook his head. He did not think too long about it since he couldn't figure it out. Soon, everybody arrived. Tell me what happened. The situation is as you predicted, Wang Qi said, making Wang Wei's heart skip a beat. It can even be said to be worse. The mortals? Yes, Wang Qi nodded before explaining everything. The cultivators panicked after realizing their lifespan cannot increase without increasing their realm. At first, everybody started to compete for longevity and immortal pills. The prices of these pills soon reached an astronomical number in just the first 2 decades. Wang Qi was not exaggerating. He once participated in an auction in which an emperor bought a pill that increased lifespan by 10,000 years for 5 emperor artifacts. That's how outrageous the prices became. Then, rumors started circulating at an alarming rate that people could increase their lifespan by absorbing mortals' flesh, blood, and souls. No one took this news seriously, especially since we, along with the hidden lineages, intervened and spread false information to blur out this news. However, everything changed when the devil cultivators started killing mortals in large quantities. After that, it was impossible to hide the truth. Wang Wei grunted, what about the sect's alliance? Our sect, along with many hidden lineages, including Buddhism and the barbarian clan, announced the creation of the Mortal Protection Force. They publicly denounced any such act and even killed anyone discovered participating in such behavior. From your tone, I'm guessing something went wrong? Wang Wei asked. This world is too large, Wang Qi commented. At first, they were indeed a deterrent. However, things took an unexpected turn. Someone created this hiding technique that can even escape from a peak of Empyrean's divine sense. Additionally, we've discovered that methods like divination, yin-yang calculation, and karma detection no longer work for those people who participate in those massacres. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. Supreme Unity was not even trying to hide its purpose anymore. What's the overall situation? There are only a few territories where mortals are protected. Moreover, not all of the top hidden lineages have joined. Some people are indifferent and just watching, and some people are using this opportunity to cause more chaos. What about the parasites? How do they treat the mortals in their territories? Besides the Earth Emperor, who prevents anyone from touching his citizens, the others don't care. Some even partake in it. What about the mortal civilization? 500 years was more than enough time to show some progress. However, Wang Qi shook his head. We've spread it in our territories, but these parasites and other cultivators have intervened to block our actions once we try to globalize the process. The Enlightening Temple? Even worse, Wang Qi said. Only a sage can build the temple, and the reach is limited to a certain area. He's really cut off all our paths, hasn't he? Wang Wei sneered. I asked you to build the dream world. I guess that didn't work as well. As soon as it appeared, it was blasted by lightning bolts. Wang Wei sighed. He looked at his group. All of you have known this situation for a while. Any suggestions? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1345 Terrible Solutions. The situation is way worse than stated, Monk commented. The merit system has been locked despite Buddhism's efforts. Wang Wei raised his eyes and looked at the sky. He could detect the slight fluctuations that indicate a struggle. Heavenly Tao wants to reward them for spreading the mortal civilization, but something is stopping it. Well, fighting is better than no response at all, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Tao was silent when the lock first appeared, which scared him and indicated it had lost most of its authority. However, it is now constantly fighting, which is a sign of strength. What happened to my cultivation technique? Wang Wei asked. He previously spread the health preservation technique, baffling him as to why the situation turned so sour in such a short period. It has been corrupted, Dulgun said. She was in charge of this matter, so she knew the most. What do you mean? Well, it started with the spreading process. As you can imagine, these parasites intervened to block it, Dulgun explained. We sent one of the Paragon puppets to try to scare them, but they replied with their own puppets. Of course, all of these were not the main reason your attempt became ineffective. What did that bastard do again? Wang Wei asked, not hiding his sneer. The rules of heaven and earth were changed, Dulgun explained. All longevity techniques have become more difficult to cultivate. People can only break through when they are in the twilight of their years, and each breakthrough can increase their lifespan by 10,000 years. Wang Wei's face was ugly to look at. Now, if an ordinary person used his technique, they would have to wait until they are 9,000 years old before they can make a breakthrough and extend their lifespan. Since this technique allows people to live one yuan epoch, 269 trillion years, the technique was essentially divided into billions of layers, no wonder no one wants to cultivate it. Wang Wei clenched his fists. He was feeling frustrated. The current situation feels like he's playing chess with someone, but while he has to play by the rules, the opponent not only does not, but he can also invent the rules to turn things in his favor. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Being overly emotional will not help in the current situation. On the contrary, it will probably increase his chances of making a great mistake. You guys still haven't told me what your ideas to solve the situation is, Wang Wei said. After knowing the overall situation, he has some plans in mind. However, he wanted to see if they had something better or, at the very least, could inspire him. In the current situation, we may have to consider killing all the world's cultivators and saving the mortals, Monk said. Wang Wei did not comment and just listened. That is too extreme, Jia Ping disagreed. Is it? Monk asked. Most of the cultivators participating in the slaughter are loose cultivators or weak lineages who do not have access to longevity pills. I think it's a good exchange to eliminate these wastes to save the mortals. The barbarian king's words might sound harsh, but everybody understood his logic. The mortals are the future of the cultivation world, they are the primary sources of talent, so protecting them is protecting the future of the cultivation world. Our opponent's wish is for us to weaken the world, so why would we help him? Jia Ping argued. That is true, but we are living in extreme times, so sacrifices are necessary, Monk continued. My thought is we ignore everything else to focus on dealing with the parasites. We must seal or kill them as quickly as possible. Then, without their interference, we'll have plenty of time to control the cultivators and eliminate all of them. Your plan is too far-fetched. We're dealing with paragons. Even if they are at the bottom of the barrel regarding talents, they are still paragons, Jia Ping argued. The next Yuan epoch will be crucial. Do you expect us to deal with all of them in such a short window? It's indeed tricky, but with the right kind of brilliant plan, I think we can get all of them in the same place and into a trap. Wang Wei did not comment, but he wanted to roll his eyes. He could tell that Monk had become a little prideful after entering the battle taboo realm, otherwise, he wouldn't suggest something so extreme or stupid. No matter how bad these parasites are, how can they be dealt with easily or quickly? How can it be easy to get all of them in the same place? Wang Wei had once thought of this. One of the plans he considered in dealing with them was to lure them into a trap dimension, and the bait would be knowledge and information about half-step transcendence. However, he soon realized that besides the Earth Emperor and the one from the Daoist sect, none of these people were ambitious enough to take the bait. They only care about maintaining the status quo with them at the top. What is sad is that they don't want to do so by ensuring that they are as powerful as possible but by keeping everybody else weak. What is your solution? Wang Wei finally asked. Sealing, Jia Ping responded. We open more sealing resources to them and even develop cheaper and more accessible sealing methods. Most of these cultivators are acting out of desperation. If we can give them an opportunity to sleep and wait until this era ends, they'll gladly accept it. That's a good idea, Monk commented. But there is still one problem, these parasites. They will not allow us to spread these means worldwide. As long as they keep interfering, all our actions are in vain. Jia Ping did not rebut since he knew the latter was correct. However, he still believed this less radical approach was the best. What about you? Wang Wei asked. Do you have a different opinion? I do, Dulgun nodded. I think our focus should be outlasting these cultivators. We only need to protect as many mortals as possible, and in a Yuan epoch, most of them will die. Wang Wei did not say anything and looked at everybody else. However, no one had other solutions, so he was left with thoughts. These people's solutions are good, but they are only superficial. Wang Wei wanted to save the mortals and cultivators and completely ruin Supreme Unity's plan, meaning none of their approaches were feasible. He closed his eyes to activate his soul network ability. He saw all the members of the fate-changing hall, but that was the extent of his network. He could no longer access other souls. That bastard truly blocked all my paths. Wang Wei opened his eyes while frowning. Right now, my main move should be to give the mortals the power to protect themselves, and that means spreading the mortal civilizations. However, the issue is how to spread it throughout this vast land as soon as possible. Once the mortals can protect themselves, the cultivators will be restrained. In the worst-case scenario, a civil war will happen, which may not be a bad thing since war is one way to facilitate the development of civilizations. With the improvement of the mortal civilization through war, the reward Wang Wei will receive after this event will be even higher. Of course, that is, if the mortals can last long enough. Under normal circumstances, that would be impossible. But now, with the support of other cultivators, they have a chance. Alright, I know what to do, Wang Wei said. He looked at Monk, prepare for an all-out battle. I understand, Monk nodded in excitement. Wang Wei dismissed everybody except for Red Mask. What's Pure Flame's situation? We haven't been able to infiltrate his cultivation dojo, but from the information we've gathered and analyzed about him, the conclusion is that he kept that black power and is studying it. Oh. The analysis is that he plans to take advantage of the current situation to spread this thing and purify it to gain merit, Red Mask continued. His talent can only take him as far as the Empyrean realm, and merit is his only way forward. A killing intent flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. How sure are you? 80%. Wang Wei squinted. If what you say is true, he probably won't act anytime soon since the merit system is still in limbo. He might be waiting for me, or someone else, to fix it to a certain level before he starts to act. Red Mask nodded. That's the same conclusion the Fate Guard made. Sir, do you want me to eliminate him? Although they have only suspected Sage Pure Flame and did not have concrete evidence, they were not officials. Suspicions were enough to eliminate someone as long as they were a threat. You're really bold, Wang Wei said, looking at him. This woman dares talk about killing a sage. There is a saying in the world, only a sage can kill a sage. The backlash is not something that anyone can bear, and even sages cannot kill each other without proper reasons. As long as you ordered it, Red Mask said calmly. No need. He's still extremely valuable, Wang Wei said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1346 The solution. After dismissing everybody, Wang Wei did not immediately leave. He had many things to do, but he needed to do things step by step, so he stayed for a few hours to review the detailed information gathered by the guard during his absence. He knew about the world's current situation through the team's meeting, but that was not enough, he needed to understand the nitty-gritty. Wang Wei put away the information talisman and frowned. As long as Supreme Unity has any form of autonomy, I can't even deal with these parasites. He had many plans to deal with these people, but as long as that bastard was present, the chances of success were minor. My ultimate goal is to remove his ability to make any moves on the board, Wang Wei thought. He refined the plan he came up with before contacting a few people. Wang Wei headed to another isolated dimension, and a few minutes later, the other sages arrived, except for Pure Flame. Wang Wei immediately noticed Feng Heng's arrival. Firstly, he expected the other Buddhist sages to be with him, but he was alone. Second, his aura was slightly different from before. Second-level golden body? Wang Wei asked. Donor has sharp senses as always, Feng Heng replied. But how is that possible? The rewards from the lower dimensions should still take some time, unless... Everyone looked at Feng Heng. This world still has hope, Feng Heng explained, his face and demeanor calm and peaceful. Heavenly Tao has rewarded this poor monk for benefiting mortals' way of life. Really? Good, 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 Wang Wei said, not hiding his excitement. Although Feng Heng was the only one among them who received merit for the mortal civilization, he and the others did not care. Instead, they value that the system is still working, which indicates that Heavenly Tao is still fighting and that their battle is not utterly hopeless. This is indeed excellent news, Sage Lin Qi said. If you think about it carefully, he might be the only choice to receive the merit, Emperor Kong suddenly said. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Kong was correct. Feng Heng became a medium for Maitreya to channel her power in the world, so Heavenly Tao took this opportunity to find allies. Feng Heng, by any chance, can you contact the Mother Buddha? Wang Wei asked. Donor, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Wang Wei sighed, it's fine. He did not have much expectations. Alright, let's get to business. I call you here to ask for help. Normally, I don't ask without reciprocation, but you guys understand the current situation. Since the lock, many things that were once extremely valuable are no longer sought after. Even merit can no longer be acquired. People could no longer cultivate, meaning these resources were less tempting to anyone. As for hoarding these resources for the future, no one knows whether the world has a future. Even if it does, no one can predict how terrible it will be. There is no need to mention such a thing during dire times, Sage Lin Qi said. He did not want anything except to expand his work, and the best way to proceed with it was for the world to return to normal and to have someone of sufficient power and background helping. Wang Wei was from the Dao opening sect, and if the latter was willing to give him some help, he could do so much more. If Sage Lin Qi could think in a more utilitarian manner, having Wang Wei's goodwill and even owning him a favor was way more valuable than any reward. Feng Heng and Emperor Kong nodded. However, their mindsets were completely different. The former honestly did not care about rewards. After accomplishing his grand merit in the lower dimension, Feng Heng's state of mind sublimated. He no longer cared about the quarrels and disputes of the cultivation world. His only desire is to understand the Dharma and seek enlightenment. Everything he does is follow his heart and achieve that goal. Meanwhile, Emperor Kong was the one who wanted a reward the most. After all, Feng Heng was from Buddhism, meaning he was rich, and Sage Lin Qi was a man of pure heart, making his thinking less utilitarian. However, he had an academy to look after and people to feed. Of course, he was wise and understood the need to build good relations and connections. However, if it were up to him, he would love to have a reward and make connections. I'll keep today's events in my heart, Wang Wei said. He waved his hand to hand them a talisman. Consider this as a gift. Everyone checked the content and was surprised by this heaven deception array. This was indeed a gift, especially in these times of perils. I understand his charm, Emperor Kong thought. He understood what made Wang Wei so attractive. The latter is indeed cunning and will play with you as a toy if it's in his interest, but if you are his allies and are willing to work for him, he will not shy away from giving you benefits. Emperor Kong thought of all the things he could do with this array. There were many, but the most important one was to hide. Since his betrayal, the parasites have been searching for him relentlessly. Countless branches have been attacked and destroyed. Now, he finally had a way to hide without worry perfectly. No, this is an opportunity, Emperor Kong thought. Once he can hide and project himself, he can send his people to recruit talented mortals worldwide. Although these people could not cultivate, he could seal them and wait for a later date. The current situation was perfect to recruit talents. Sage Lin Qi calmly accepted this gift. With this array, he can protect many more mortals, and his people can better act behind the scenes. The greatest trouble his association often faced was how the rulers of certain territories refused to help or even hinder his work. This array can help him deal with this problem. Feng Heng squinted his eyes. He knew this formation from the lower dimension and even paid the heavenly court to install one for him in the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, he had to sign a contract and agreed never to study it. Such formation should be valuable to the Mother Buddha, he thought. According to his analysis, Buddhism or Taoism did not have such a formation, and there can only be one explanation: the two sons balanced each other to prevent the others from getting it. But now, he had an opportunity to share it with his side. Let's try after returning. Feng Heng learned the formation and put it away. He glanced at Wang Wei and suddenly had a realization. The latter probably did this purposely to acquire Buddhism's support in his battle to remove the lock. Read it? Good. I need you to summon your sage authority once again to engrave this array into me. This was Wang Wei's objective, to hide himself better. After his retreat, he realized he might have to re-enter the paranoid state he was in during his outlaw trial. Supreme unity was too powerful, and Wang Wei worried that his every move was under the latter's watch. So, he needed a way to move without being detected. No problem, Emperor Kong responded. The process was smooth and easy. Although Wang Wei said he wanted them to engrave it on his body, this was not exactly correct since the thing was already engraved. He has been using it since he ascended to prevent people from finding him. The sage's role was only to use their authority to bless the already existing formation and raise it to another level. Everybody proceeded relatively smoothly, with the only problem being the resistance of mobilizing the sage's authority. Luckily, Heavenly Tao seems to have regained some strength, so the resistance was not as strong as before. It should have no problem, right? Wang Wei thought. His future wife raised the array to the peak of the Paragon tier. With this boost and Heavenly Daoist protection, hiding from Supreme Unity should not be an issue, especially if he still has to focus on his battle with Mithraea. Wang Wei sighed, not satisfied with the uncertainty. He no longer hesitated and secretly returned to the Origin Seal continent to see his ancestor. "You're back," Yan Hai said. "Did something happen?" Wang Wei did not immediately answer. Instead, he spread his Heaven Deception array throughout the room before putting thousands of sealing arrays. "Is this necessary?" Yan Hai asked. "Maybe, maybe not, but we can never be too careful." She shook her head and did not say anything else. She knew smart people were too easily become paranoid. He has seen Brother Qiyuan in this state countless times, many of which have saved their lives. "Why are you here?" she asked. "Ancestor, do you need to know where the seal for the void illusion world is?" Why do you need to know this?" "Because it may be the solution to my current problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1347 All the Preparations, unedited chapter. You want to spread the mortal civilization through the void illusion realm? Yan Hai asked. Wang Wei was shocked after hearing her words, looking at up and down. Yan Hai's lips twitched before she summoned a bamboo and waved it at him. Wang Wei tried to dodge, but to his surprise, the bamboo hit him on his head, and the thing hurt like hell. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Yan Hai asked. Many people thought she was all muscle and no brain, so she had seen these kinds of looks before. "Ancestor, I apologize," Wang Wei quickly said. He could not help it. Yan Hai seems to have a temperament that makes people underestimate her intelligence. Yan Hai snorted coldly. "What's that bamboo?" Wang Wei asked. He had a feeling that no matter what he did, he would not be able to dodge it. "Ancestral discipline stick," Yan Hai said with a sneer. "I made especially for disobedient descendants like you. As long as you have the blood of the Yan, Li, and Yan clan flowing through your blood, you can't escape its punishment." Wang Wei was shocked by these words but shook his head. This was Yan Hai's temperament, so he should not be surprised she made such a thing. Most of the cruel ways the Tao opening sect raised disciples and geniuses are rules she created and left. "You don't seem convinced." "No, I didn't say anything," Wang Wei swiftly said. "It's written in your face that you can find a way to avoid. Unfortunately for you, until you become a primal paragon and gain the title of ancestor, you can never escape." "Never?" Wang Wei asked, focusing on the absoluteness of her words. "Never," Yan Hai reiterated. "Then, isn't this thing dangerous?" "Don't worry. It can discipline but never kill," Yan Hai explained. "In the past, some stupid people paid a heavy price to get their hands on it, thinking they could use it to control or eliminate our family. Unfortunately for them, this thing can only be used by the four of us, and it cannot kill any of our bloodlines. I see, Wang Wei said, feeling relief. Although he will have to be careful with his words around the ancestors for now, at least he does not have to worry about a weapon that is the weakness of his bloodline. Let's get back to the topic, Wang Wei said. I know where the seal is, but it won't matter even if you get your hands on it. Wang Wei knew what she meant. According to records, the Void Illusion realm did not allow mortals to enter. Is there a way? Wang Wei did not read too much about this subject in the library since this was not his main focus. As such, he had to ask. Yan Hai frowned and pondered. Wang Wei waited, but after a few minutes with no answer, he realized he may have to search the library. I remember now, Yan Hai suddenly said. Long ago, even before the Endless Tribulation era, the ancestor of the Ma family created the Void Illusion realm. You may be able to gain some control or authority over it and change the rules to allow mortals to enter. The Ma family? Wang Wei said with a frown. Why have I never heard of them? He reviewed his memories of all the paragon lineages he knew but had never heard of such a family. You probably think their family is some kind of top lineage, but you're wrong, Yan Hai said. The Ma clan has already ruined the luck their ancestors provided them, and Heavenly Dao no longer protects them. It's a miracle they still exist today. Wang Wei nodded. Can the Ma clan's bloodline grant me the authority over the Void Illusion realm? Of course not, Yan Hai replied. If that were possible, their clan would have been extinct by now. True, Wang Wei said as he realized what a stupid thing he said. If these people had that power, the top lineages would have captured and raised them like pigs to gain control over the Void Illusion realm. Wang Wei motioned for his ancestor to keep talking. Their clan should have a luck-condensing artifact. Under normal circumstances, this should not be enough to influence that realm, but we're living in unprecedented times. I'm sure you can make use of it. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Where are they? That, I don't know, Yan Hai answered. They have been hiding since this era started. Then, how am I supposed to find them? That's your business, Yan Hai replied nonchalantly, making Wang Wei groan. Divination was unreliable, and it might not have been possible to rely on directly gathering information. Even if it were, it may not work, not to mention how long that may take. Do you have a token or something that is connected to the Void Illusion realm? Or maybe a password, Wang Wei asked. These items were enough for a karma master such as himself to find something. The password is, Lord of Infinite Illusion, Yan Hai said. In the past, you only need to close your eyes and repeat these words to enter. Wang Wei sighed. He guessed these would have to do. He thought a moment to ponder deeply, refining his plans once again. Ancestor, do you have to use one strike at your peak? He asked. Why are you asking? I need a way to break the seal instantly. I see, Yan Hai nodded before opening her treasury dimensions. I remember I still had one left. Oh, here it is. She summoned a talisman and handed it to him. This talisman contained my highest sword attack. It should work. Ancestor, why do you have such a thing? What is it to you? I am just curious, Wang Wei replied. He only condenses these things as gifts or defensive measures to give to others. Most people are like this. My sword Dao has high attack potency, but it also requires accumulation and build-up. So, I often store my highest potency attack in talismans to use in battle, usually for emergencies, Yan Hai explained before sighing. These things saved my life. Otherwise, I would also be in limbo. I see, Wang Wei nodded. Well, thank you, ancestor. He bowed politely to show his respect. No problem, and don't forget to show more respect to your elders, Yan Hai said, waving her bamboo stick. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He could already predict how many of the lower dimensions emperors had suffered under that stick, and he did not want to be one of them. I will, Wang Wei nodded stiffly. One more thing. I need your help with something else. Wang Wei explained his plan, making Yan Hai sighed. I just got back in shape, and now you, *****. I'm old. Can you give these rusty bones a break? What is this? Being too invested in a role? Wang Wei controlled himself not to roll his eyes. He did not expect his ancestors to have such a quirk. Well, what do you have to say? Wang Wei noticed how weird her eyes were, and he realized if he said something wrong, she might use this as an excuse to hit him again with that stick. Ancestors, you know us younglings have to rely on your help and wisdom, Wang Wei quickly said. Yan Hai looked at him and smiled, this ancestor like descendants with sweet mouths. She then waved his hand to leave. Wang Wei walked out of the room with a gentle smile on his face. He has never been so relaxed ever since that damn lock appeared. He teleported away, but his destination was not the Seal or the Ma clan. He returned home to check on Monk's preparations before visiting the lawless zone. He chatted with Old Man Dai, but they soon had an argument and fought. Of course, now that Wang Wei had more experience in the ways of paragons, the old man was not his match, so he left that place having fulfilled his goal. His next goal was to meet Sun Junyao. It took a month before he could contact the latter and meet at a rendezvous point. They talked for a few hours before Wang Wei left to revisit Emperor Kong. They had one more chat before starting his work. Beyond his sight, Wang Wei saw a mysterious gray fog. He looked at it, not hiding the complex emotions brewing in his mind. He shook his head to concentrate before condensing a Carmelis clone and sending it to the fog. However, the clone did not reach its destination before an unknown power annihilated it. As expected, Wang Wei sighed. Supreme Unity blocked the path to the dark truth. He left a barrier at the entrance, preventing people from entering or leaving. Wang Wei was not surprised by this move. Wu Hong was one of his greatest reliants in the cultivation world. Heavenly Dao sealed her during his outlaw trial, and Supreme Unity made the same move. He teleported away to the Ma clan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1348 The first flaw. Wang Wei teleported to a unique area called the non-causality heaven. As the name implies, it is a place where karma and causality are in chaos. It's one of the best hiding areas in the world, along with the lawless zone. Wang Wei looked at this place that appeared only red in his vision. This place is worthy of being called the heaven and hell of karma masters, Wang Wei thought. In his eyes, this place was composed entirely of karma threads, making it the best place to cultivate karma Dao. However, it's also the worst place to try to use karma Dao, if you're not skilled. Wang Wei searched the area with his terrifying soul, trying to find the best place for his following action. He soon discovered a towering mountain the size of a planet and teleported to the top. He frowned because someone was already there but could not find it. Another karma master? And that aura, he's a Dao Lord, Wang Wei, immediately raising his guard. However, the other person behaved strangely. He looked at Wang Wei briefly before continuing to do his thing. The man was not on guard, and the surroundings had no array of techniques. On top of everything else, this person's body and movement were full of flaws, as if he was a person who had never trained in combat in his entire life. The person was so vulnerable that it made Wang Wei suspicious, so he raised his alert level again. He observed the person closely before shaking his head. He also felt stupid for being so alarmed. Wang Wei sighed and muttered, "Sometimes, it's a sin to be too smart." The person was not a threat because he was basically no longer alive. This Dao Lord was too smart and tried to absorb this area to raise his cultivation. Wang Wei could guess what the latter was thinking. By using this space to enter the Paragon realm, he can use the non-causality effect to hide himself from the parasites and even the two suns, thus achieving the great feat of becoming a paragon in this era. Unfortunately for him, he overestimated himself. Instead of swallowing the non-causality heaven, he was absorbed and became a unique existence called a karma puppet. This guy is the perfect material to further elevate my karma unbound physique, Wang Wei thought with shining eyes. But he raised his hand to create a red thread targeting the young man. As expected, countless threads came to offset his attempt. He's now a part of the environment, so taking him would mean taking a piece of the non-causality heaven, Wang Wei analyzed. This will take a while. He did not hesitate and started laying out formation around this man. He also used this time to understand this place better. It should help find the Ma clan. The entire process took a month, and he immediately activated the array. The backlash was immediate. Countless threads rushed towards Wang Wei, making his face severe. He could tell he would suffer if even one of these things hit him. Since proving the Tao, he had almost escaped the restraints of karma and could do whatever he wished. However, these threads could bypass his karma unbound physique and force countless negative karma on him. Wang Wei activated all the preventive measures he set up, but they were not as helpful as he wanted them to be. These threads embodied the saying that no one can escape karma. Wang Wei's measures can, at best, delay these threads' approach, not block them. At this rate, these defensive shields won't buy me enough time to stripe this karma puppet from this area, Wang Wei thought. He did not want to give up such an opportunity, so he had to try something else. He summoned his river of karma. During his 9-extremity foundation cultivation, one of his incarnations once created a prototype of a river of karma, which served as the foundation for Wang Wei's karma unbound physique. He planned to use the boost from this manifestation to delay these threads, and his plan worked, but it worked too well. As soon as the river appeared, these threads stopped and rushed toward it as if it were a goddess who accidentally ripped her clothes. What's going on? Wang Wei thought as he moved the river to prevent these threads from touching it. He knew little about these things, so how stupid would he be to let them touch something that is the foundation of his body? He observed closely. The threads were too excited to rush toward the river, which provided Wang Wei plenty of time to seal the puppet finally. However, Wang Wei had a sense of foreboding. Bang! The mountain trembled, and Wang Wei's face turned ugly. He saw an enormous red light rushing toward him, and his eyes could see that light was composed of red karma threads. Damn it, why is this river so appetizing to these things? Wang Wei thought. However, he did have time to think about this. Such a significant reaction was dangerous with supreme unity above his head. After all, even if the array is functional, it's impossible not to notice the anomaly in such a unique area. Wang Wei knew he could not stay here, but he was also unwilling to let go of such an opportunity. Damn it, since when has life been this difficult? Wang Wei cursed. He was a child of luck, favored by fate. His life had many challenges, but things usually worked out well for him. However, in recent times, nothing he does has proceeded smoothly. He did not hesitate to cast his, borrow time, to forcefully accelerate the array. In just a few seconds, the seal was completed, and he put the puppet away and teleported out of this space. Unfortunately, these threads blocked the surrounding space. How annoying, Wang Wei cursed before casting a space-tearing technique. However, it was not the regular kind, but a spell that combined space and karma Tao. With this approach, he tore through these karma thread restrictions and forced his way out of this place. Wang Wei teleported away and returned to the lawless zone. He knew countless eyes would now be on that territory, so he did not even stay close. He summoned a crystal ball with the puppet peacefully sleeping inside. He nodded with a smile before creating a subdimension and sealing that crystal inside the lawless zone. Wang Wei was in paranoid mode, so how can he absorb something he found by accident? In this current situation, the baseline mindset he acted on was that Supreme Unity was watching everything and could control everything, including his luck. So, he wouldn't even keep it in his space ring until he could verify that this puppet had nothing wrong with it. Now, I must start over, Wang Wei complained. His destination was the Red Coffin ground. According to what he knows, long ago, a peak paragon of Karma Dao suffered a serious injury and escaped with its soul. Their body turned into this territory that contained a large quantity of karma-related resources. Such an area is less efficient than the previous non-causality heaven, but it should be enough. However, as soon as Wang Wei arrived, he stopped himself. Why am I making such a stupid decision? Wang Wei thought. If Supreme Unity knew I went to an area related to karma and something unexpected occurred, isn't it easy for him to deduce that I would change to another place? Aren't I just sending myself to the lion's mouth? Non-existent beads of sweat fell from his back, and he teleported away. He decided to rely on himself, so he found an isolated area to build a dimension. He summoned a karma treasure his wife lent him, yes, lent, not given. I still remember some of the structure of the non-causality heaven. Maybe I can replicate it, Wang Wei thought. He did not hesitate and immediately started. He used the Karma Paragon artifact as a core and built it one step at a time. Wang Wei discovered this practice was slowly increasing his understanding of Karma Dao, so he lost himself in it. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei sensed a feeling of dread and immediately stopped. What happened? He sensed the feeling and started cursing. His understanding of karma through this manner was enough for his cultivation to increase by 1%, but such fluctuation was enough to touch the rules of the heaven lock. In other words, thunder would have struck him if he did not stop in time. However, Wang Wei did not care about this and started laughing. He was genuinely happy because he had made two significant discoveries. First, he understood why these threads were so energetic about his river of karma. The answer was simple: the non-causality heaven was the failed experiment of someone else who also wanted to build their own river of karma. The karma threads of that place contained the other person's obsession, and when they saw Wang Wei, they felt this was an opportunity to fulfill their goal. Obsession is truly a wonderful power, Wang Wei thought. However, he shook his head as he focused on his second discovery. He discovered a flaw in the heaven lock's restrictions. I can cultivate by observing and gathering knowledge, Wang Wei analyzed. However, before the knowledge feeds back to my understanding of the Grand Tao source, I must seal them so as not to trigger that hidden mechanism. This method is not perfect and has two major flaws. The first one is that it requires extreme talent. Only someone like Wang Wei, with enough knowledge and the proper sealing method is needed. Additionally, this method requires unique places that can facilitate learning, such as the non-causality heaven. Wang Wei can use that place, and he has a better place in the form of the origin seal continent. The second biggest shortcoming is it cannot currently increase Wang Wei's cultivation. He must wait until the lock is dealt with and unseal his memories. The good news is if the build-up is enough, the feedback from the memories could increase his cultivation by a few % instantly. Wang Wei exhaled. I finally see some hope in destroying this cage. Nothing is perfect. Now that he has discovered one flaw of this lock, he can find others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1349 Communicating Across Eras. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Although his future was brighter than before, his current situation was still in a state of darkness before the light. He observed all the red threads around him and waved his hand. Under his control, the threads mold into this bright gem. Wang Wei controlled his Proving Dao artifact to turn into a headband and placed the gem at the center. Wang Wei desperately wanted to absorb this gem and further evolve his river of karma, but he was still in paranoid mode, meaning he could never be too careful. Even the method of using knowledge to cultivate secretly will require his caution. He already planned to seal these memories separately and not keep them in his sea of consciousness. He summoned the Karma River prototype before closing his eyes. Infinite Lord of Illusion, he repeated in his mind until he sensed his spirit rushing out of his body to an unknown location. He found himself approaching this enormous brown door, but unfortunately, something blocked him right as he was about to enter. This must be the seal, Wang Wei thought with a frown. This will make things more challenging. Luckily, he was prepared. He activated the Karma Gem to boost his ability. With a thought, Wang Wei's spirit started to manifest all the karma threads connected to that door. The process was more than challenging due to the interference of the seal and the sheer number. Wang Wei spent 5 years manifesting all these threads, and once he finished, he did not dare to count them. The void illusion realm existed before the endless tribulation era, so how many cultivators have used its service? All these people represent a karma thread. If Wang Wei dare count the number, his soul might be severely injured in the process. As impressive as that number is, it also served as a problem: how to forage through all these threads and find the information he wanted. If he had some of the Ma clan's bloodline, he could use it as a guide, but he would not need to use karma if he had their blood. A simple blood tracing spell would have done the job. Even if I use yin-yang calculation to comb through this mess, it would take me a few billion years to find something, if not yuan epochs. So, I need another way, for example, starting from the source. Wang Wei mobilized his karma and time Dao for the next operation. He began to classify the threads by age. He divided them by era, with the current era threads above. His eyes then focused on the era before the endless tribulation. Interesting. Why are there so few? Wang Wei thought. Less than 10 million threads were in the eras before the endless tribulation era. Could it be that heavenly Dao restarted civilization from a fundamental level? Besides a few people worth remembering from the previous eras, it erased everything else, including their karma? It was impossible for less than 10,000 million people to use the void illusion realm before that era unless something Wang Wei did not know had happened. As such, his theory was the best he could think of now. Well, it doesn't matter since that is good news for me. It was easy for him to organize these threads until he found the first one, probably the Ma clan's ancestor or the person who built the void illusion realm. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered and began to manipulate that thread to find the Ma clan's descendants. However, an unexpected accident occurred. As soon as he touched that thread, he sensed a gaze connected to it. Wang Wei followed and saw a beautiful woman in blue clothes. Her eyes were bright beyond words and contained an unparalleled kind of spirituality. What an ethereal beauty, Wang Wei praised. The woman's body was illusionary and real, thus creating this ethereal and otherworldly charm. You must be the Ma clan ancestor. Fellow Daoist, what are you trying to use our clan's karmic line for? Asked the woman. Her voice was soft but also ethereal. What a great understanding of the river of time, Wang Wei commented. He could tell this woman was communicating with him across spacetime from the past. For all Wang Wei knows, she might be dead, but that did not stop them from communicating across eras. Fellow Daoist, please answer the question. I'm trying to gain control over the void illusion realm, Wang Wei replied truthfully. The woman squinted, and a terrifying killing intent reached Wang Wei. However, he did not react. On the contrary, a small smile was in the corner of his mouth. He followed the intent of the killer and sensed how she did it. It took him a moment, but he found the trick and copied it. He used his chrono spirit to send his will in her timeline, forming a confrontation across space-time. The woman muttered as she sensed Wang Wei's will arriving on her. What a terrifying talent, she thought. She waved her hand to disperse his will. What a terrifying power, Wang Wei thought. She might be more powerful than my wife. He frowned. Is she a pseudo-transcendent? Pseudo-transcendent is not a real thing but something Wang Wei invented. It's a term to describe peak or primal paragons who have already embarked on their transcendent path. He's not talking about people who just have an idea but those who have already created and executed their method. The woman did not mind Wang Wei's daring act. Her eyes drifted as if she was searching for something. She sighed, and Wang Wei could feel her emotions, and he also suddenly felt sad. She can even influence my emotions from her era? Damn it, how powerful is this woman? He remained calm, but his mind was working overtime. I can't believe the clan has fallen to this step, the woman uttered before focusing on Wang Wei. Fellow Daoist, can I make a deal with you? How about we start with an introduction first? The name is Malichio, but people call me the true illusion paragon. My name is Di Tian, and my title is Nine Samsara, Wang Wei replied. You spoke of a deal? That's right, Malichio said while giving him a strange look. However, she did not say anything about his name. I want you to protect the Ma clan and cultivate at least one paragon. In return, I'll grant you the highest control over the void illusion realm. Are you sure those are your terms? You won't ask me to return it to your clan? Fellow Daoist, you can see such power is a burden, even a threat, to them instead of wealth and glory. Then, how do you know I'm not the same? Intuition. Is that so? Wang Wei replied with squinted eyes. This deal is tempting, but I can't agree. Ma Liquiu frowned. If fellow Daoist Wang wants something, we can discuss it. This is not about bargaining the price. The current eternal ascension world is facing a catastrophe. I can barely protect myself, let alone others. Oh? Can I hear more about it? She can only roughly check the Ma clan situation through their Qi Luck Dragon, but nothing more. Wang Wei did not hesitate and gave her a breath summary of the world's current state. So, there is indeed a path ahead, Ma Liquiu muttered, her eyes shining brighter than before. She exhaled softly to calm down. The deal can continue. You only need to do things to the best of your ability. Wang Wei frowned before pretending to hesitate. I'll add something else, Ma Liquiu said with a hidden sigh. My purpose in creating that realm was to facilitate communication with like-minded individuals and use them to gather soul power secretly. My era is a long time from yours, and I imagine that there should be an abundance still preserved. An abundance? Those words are the understatement of the year, Wang Wei thought. Such soul power reserves are enough to cultivate his soul to the highest level, use it as a means to boost his understanding to reach 100% Grand Dao Source, and probably have enough to allow more than 10,000 paragons to cultivate their soul to the highest level. To say Wang Wei was excited for such resources is an understatement. However, he did not let greed overwhelm his judgment. Instead, he thought about it calmly and rationally. I agree, but under 3 conditions. That's fine, but please don't go too far. Don't worry, I'm not asking for too much, Wang Wei said, and she nodded her head for him to continue. Firstly, I want you to include secretly gathering soul energy from mortals. It doesn't have to be much, but a small amount from them, preferably when they sleep. You can even use dreams as a medium. This is a great way to increase the reserves, Ma Liquiu commented. She understood Wang Wei's need to increase his profit. Moreover, this idea can also provide her with some benefits. This is not a problem. For my second request, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1350, First Large-Scale Confrontation. I want to know whether you can hide the soul pool from these people, Wang Wei said while pointing above his head. That is not an issue, especially after telling me of their existence, Ma Liquiu replied casually. Oh? So confident? However, her response was only a smile. I want to remind you that I'm doing this purely out of interest, and I won't move a muscle without seeing any benefit, Wang Wei said. So direct, huh? Ma Liquiu uttered. I understand, and you don't have to worry. If you say so, Wang Wei nodded. My last condition is a question, I want an honest answer. I'm all ears. Are you alive? Wang Wei asked. His question immediately stumped her. It was apparent since Wang Wei could see the emotions from her facial expression. That's an interesting question, Ma Liquiu uttered. To answer you in the most simple way, I am not, but things are more complicated than that. More complicated than entering limbo? Yes, more complicated than that. I see, Wang Wei nodded. I accept the deal. Do you have any requirements for the Paragon? Nothing. I just don't want the clan to become extinct. As long as they preserve our lineages, that will be enough for me. I understand, Wang Wei said. How do we proceed? You only need to find our clan's luck-condensing artifact and enter the Void Illusion realm. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing this. Anything else? That's it, Ma Liquid nodded. It was a pleasure to meet you, fellow Daoist. She smiled, fully displaying her otherworldly charm. Wang Wei calmly watched as the figure disappeared. No contract? She must have her own guarantee, Wang Wei muttered, feeling another headache coming. However, I should expect this from a false transcendent. Pseudo-transcendent is not the only other classification that Wang Wei created. There is still false transcendent above them, and these are people who failed in their attempt to enter the path of transcendence but survived either by luck or their ingenuity. These people's existence should contain some qualities of half-step transcendence, making them way more powerful than primal paragons. Wang Wei and Wu Hong theorized that there were not many pseudo and false transcendents in the world. Their numbers are probably even less than actual, half-step transcendent, due to the result of the ultimate taboo. However, these people will be abundant once the transcendent era starts and envelopes the whole chaos universe. So, what should my next move be? Should I help her or treat her as a pawn? Wang Wei thought. He had many suspicions about this woman, and their conversation slowly revealed the truth. Firstly, he asked her to add mortals to the list of people from whom to gather soul power. Such an act might make it seem he was greedy and only wanted more profit, but he was also testing the water. Ma Liquiu was communicating with him from the past, and what Wang Wei asked was basically to change history. Such an act should create enough backlash to kill a primal paragon on Wu Hong's level. Yet, she agreed casually as if this was nothing to her. So, as soon as he agreed, Wang Wei had suspicions about her strength. Then, he asked her about her status, and her answer that she was dead but complicated revealed to him information, the primary focus on her status as a false transcendent. Finally, there is her motive. She probably wants to revive, and whoever succors from the Ma clan I chose to become the paragon will be her vessel or the link to her success, Wang Wei analyzed. A great emperor can use their bloodline to revive themselves, let alone someone on Ma Liquius level. She might not even use bloodline, but the clan concept itself to revive herself. I can probably temper with the vessel, but is that necessary? Wang Wei analyzed. I'm positive that her way of transcendence has something to do with the Void Illusion realm. Her revival might mean I lose the control I've already gained, but is that enough to make enemies with someone with such potential? Wang Wei slowly and meticulously calculated the pros and cons. I could bring the Ma clan into the Dao opening sect, and once she revives, we will have another transcendent seed. However, it would be foolish to believe such a powerhouse can be controlled because of family lineage. There are so many generations between Ma Liquiu and the current Ma clan, let alone by the time she's revived. Wang Wei also has to consider timing. If Ma Liquiu is revived before the Dao opening sect, then she could use her strength to take over instead. So, I must control when to cultivate that Ma clan paragon, Wang Wei analyzed. It would be best to wait until the sect has 1 or 2 transcendents. That way, we can control or lure her into our side with resources and guidance. Moreover, she might also be an excellent teacher for Dong Lifen's path of transcendence. The void illusion realm was similar to the dream world. If Ma Liquiu can succeed, Dong Lifen might derive inspiration from her method, thus cultivating another transcendent for the sect. Okay, it's decided, Wang Wei thought. Now that he knew how to treat this cooperation, he felt more relieved. The plan was perfect. Even if it did not work, he could form an alliance with Ma Liquiu. It's always good to have powerful friends. Wang Wei teleported away. He had found the Ma clan. He entered a secret realm full of people. These people looked normal to the naked eye, but Wang Wei saw more than that. He saw a group of prideful people who were beaten by society. The Ma clan inherited their ancestors' pride in her accomplishments, but they did not have the ability to maintain. Despite having the spirit of epics for countless years, their clan slowly declined to the point where only 3 regular great emperors were in charge. I want to say how the mighty have fallen, but a part of me knows that this may be the fate of the Wang clan one day, Wang Wei thought, sighing deeply. He shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. He swiftly scanned everyone in the clan. As expected, all their talents are terrible, Wang Wei muttered. It was hard to imagine a clan that gave birth to someone like Ma Liquiu had fallen to this state. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's the luck backlash for her failure. Wang Wei was inclined to believe this. Someone of Ma Liquiu's level does not need to have direct descendants. With her achievements, the bloodline of the Ma clan would naturally improve, so even after so long, there should be some talented individuals. I still have plenty of time. I can slowly excavate the talent from their bloodline. That approach should also make it easier for her to return, Wang Wei thought. He waved his hand, and this secret realm shrunk into a ball before putting it away. Meanwhile, his left hand held a golden pyramid that seemed to look different every time he looked at it. I can't sense anything, Wang Wei thought. This thing looked like a normal artifact to his eyes, and it's the same no matter what he tries. Well, let's take it as another reminder. Never underestimate anyone with some achievements in the transcendent path. Alright, let's get this show on the move. Wang Wei took a step and appeared before the gate he saw in his previous karma divination. Just as he saw, there were a few dozen robust seals, showing that whoever dealt with this place did not do it lightly. The good news is the thing I was worried about did not happen, Wang Wei thought with squinted eyes. He feared that Maitreya or Supreme Unity participated in sealing the void illusion realm. His actions would have been futile if that had been the case. Luckily, this should have been Time Eater and the others' work. Now is the bad news, Wang Wei thought as he turned around. I can smell the stench of decay, cowardice, and arrogance even if you hide in the void. You are even more arrogant than the information said. A woman dressed in yin-yang robes appeared, followed by 3 others. Of course, Wang Wei recognized his greatest enemies. You are, what was it again? Something Cauldron, Wang Wei asked. Forget my rudeness, but my memories are important, and I don't have room for unimportant people. 7 Cauldron chuckled, her demeanor calm and unbothered. Unfortunately, the terrifying killing intent released from her body proved otherwise. I will enjoy your death, 7 Cauldron declared. I will make a cup to drink wine out of your skull. That is a promise, and I always keep my word. What a vulgar woman, Wang Wei commented. Wait, are you even a woman? He was not saying these words for nothing, it was because he sensed some abnormality with her. Shut up. It seems I hit a sore spot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1351, Surrounded? Seven Cauldron looked beautiful, with luscious black hair, phoenix eyes, and a well-developed body that her Daoist robe could not hide. Anyone who sees her, including Wang Wei, must admit that she is a beautiful woman with unparalleled charm. However, Wang Wei noticed something else about her: she had an Adam's apple. Although she tried to hide it, Wang Wei could detect it. Wang Wei's focus was not on Seven Cauldron's gender, sex, or identity. Even on Earth, he was more progressive and accepted everybody. Additionally, the cultivation world was a mess. The endless lifespan has become a torment for many people, so many cultivators will dabble in these things at one point or another. In some extreme cases, some people will change their sex and even turn into animals or other races and species to bring some color to their dull and endless lives. There is even a famous story about Paragon Life Water. He once turned into a rock and was found by a young man. The young man discovered that the rock was indestructible and took it with him. The young man used the rock as a weapon for most of his life and wanted nothing more than to refine it into his proving Tao artifact. This attempt continued until the young man became the Yellow Rock Paragon, who was about to succeed when the Life Water Paragon finally reverted to its original state. According to legends, they became friends afterward. Wang Wei's primary interest was in the pure yin-yang power he sensed inside her body. That power was probably the cause of her mutation, but he wondered about its origin. Seven Cauldron's main Tao is alchemy and flame, and she only minor in yin-yang. So, where did she get that power? Is it a curse? Something else? Maybe something from her boss, but what would be the purpose of doing such a thing? Wang Wei admitted he was intrigued by the yin-yang power. He had never seen such a pure power, and he had to admit it was something beyond his current capabilities. The surrounding void trembled. Seven Cauldron's killing intent increased after seeing Wang Wei stare at her throat. A cold flame appeared in her sea of consciousness, calming her anger and hatred. "Surround her now, and you may suffer less," she announced. "I would rather be an eunuch and have a green hat over my head than surrender to trash like you," Wang Wei sneered. "Don't you understand your situation?" Earth Emperor said. "Yeah, I'm surrounded," Wang Wei replied casually. He was now in a separate space, unable to leave. Additionally, he could also detect an array based on no-life iron, meaning these people wanted to kill him as many times as needed to eliminate him. "You're really calm for someone about to die." "It's just the desperate struggle of a mad dog that wasn't raised properly," Five Feathers sneered. Wang Wei looked at her. "Just a clone? It seems you're smart. You know these bastards were about to suffer, so you only sent a clone." Wang Wei nodded. "It seems you learned a lot from the last lesson." Five Feathers' face turned ugly. He's just trying to divide us." "Don't fall for such a cheap trip," Seven Cauldron said. Although she was not happy with Five Feathers' decision, she would not let Wang Wei get his way. Anyway, they had the advantage. "So, who is first?" Wang Wei said. "Who among you is brave enough to be the first to attack?" No one said anything for a few seconds. "Well, I'm here, unharmed, surrounded, and caught off guard. However, I should still have enough fight to kill one of you." "Who would it be?" To say the atmosphere was tense would be an understatement. These people were not stupid and knew the consequences when a Tao overlord was desperate. They have access to the best information in the world, and they have read stories. More importantly, a few of them suffered terribly when they helped the two sons clean up the world. "You guys are more disappointed each time I meet you. You have such an overwhelming advantage but dare not make the first move." "He's right," Seven Cauldron said. "Earth Emperor, we have already agreed you would take points and pay you. Now it's time to act. Five Feathers, you're only a clone, so don't hesitate to lose it." "But no buts." Five Feather gritted her teeth. Her situation was terrible because of that nasty curse. She had already lost one life trying to remove it, but while it was effective, she calculated that she would have to die at least 7 times to remove the curse. She did not have that many lives. A clone would not mean much to her under normal circumstances, but in her current state, the backlash from losing it will severely aggravate her situation. Earth Emperor nodded and floated to the front. Since he received the benefit, Hell Act. He also wanted the glory and destiny of killing the Chosen One. Now that Time Eater was sealed, it meant he was the strongest, and it was time for him to shine. Well, I guess it's time for this farce to end, Wang Wei said. He clapped his hands and uttered, "Everybody, please come out." The space around twisted, and a few people appeared. The first to appear was Wang Wei's ancestor, Yan Hai, followed by Monk, and finally, Old Man Dai, whom he blackmailed to leave the lawless zone. They were all of the Paragon tier powerhouses he could gather. The faces of these parasites twisted, and Wang Wei observed them closely. It seems this was deduced, not that he knows everything and is always watching. Wang Wei feared Supreme Unity's all-seeing presence, so he even predicted that the latter might have known where he was going. However, he did not know whether the latter was smart enough to deduce the truth or just knew because of his power. Based on these people's reactions, he knew the Heaven Deception Array was working, and Supreme Unity was cunning enough to deduce some of his actions. More importantly, he was relieved since he now had a chance at winning, and their battle was now one of wit, wisdom, and cunningness. "I'm never afraid of these kinds of battles," Wang Wei thought. The gap between their cultivation was too vast, but once there was some type of level playing field, Wang Wei feared no one. "Why are they here?" Five Feather asked the group to communicate through a soul network. "This was not part of what we agreed on." "Why are you freaking out?" Earth Emperor said. "There is only one true paragon here, while the others are either severely injured or rely on crooked means." "I'll ignore the fact you label the Battle Taboo Realm as crooked mean," Five Feather sneered. "Don't you see Yan Hai is with them? If she forcefully sublimates and returns to her peak, we will all die. She won't go that far. Are you willing to risk it?" Five Feather asked. "I know I'm not. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with the stupid bird woman," Undead Phoenix added. "Cauldron, why aren't you saying anything?" They focused on her and could sense her emotions, which were like a volcano about to erupt. "Fine, let's leave," Seven Cauldron said with gritted teeth. The others sighed in relief, but only briefly. They immediately received a message that made them look at each other. Then, they sighed in resignation. "You heard our orders," Seven Cauldron said. "We can't let him remove the seal." "Doesn't that mean we don't need to?" "Don't say anything," Seven Cauldron cut her off. "We are wise people, so just keep it to yourself." They once again glanced at each other before releasing their aura. Now that they had an agreement, the situation was not as desperate. "It seems your master is disappointed with his hunting dogs," Wang Wei said. He detected how these people were about to give in but suddenly changed their minds. Although he did not detect their message, it was simple to deduce the truth. "It must be embarrassing for him, given how terrible your recent performance has been," Wang Wei continued with a chuckle. "Why are you wasting your time with these wastes?" Yan Hai said. "Let's get rid of them once and for all." "Alright," Wang Wei nodded. "Ancestor, get rid of the clone as soon as possible so you can help Monk." The barbarian king wanted to argue that he did not need help, but his intuition told him he might suffer from that woman if he dared raise his voice. So, he trusted his intuition and kept quiet. "Old Dai, your opponent is that Daoist priest. According to our agreement, you only need to keep her busy." Old Man Dai snorted at him coldly. He was a member of the Go Dao but was forced to participate in such a dangerous event. To say he was not unhappy was an understatement. "Monk, I know you are confident, but your job is to survive as long as possible." I know. "In that case, I'll leave the Dark Bird Man to you." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1352, The Golden Era Geniuses. Let's fight in different layers, Wang Wei suggested, and the parasites frowned before agreeing. This palace was small and isolated, meaning the aftermath of others' battles would affect others. So, after dividing their opponent, they also build separate spatial layers as their battlefield. Yan Hai calmly looked at Five Feathers with annoyance. She cannot believe she will have to aggravate her injury for such a person. Why don't you kill yourself and save me the effort? Five Feathers controlled herself not to reveal any negative emotions. Senior. Her tone and facial expression were stiff when she said these words. It was apparent she was not used to addressing people as such. There is no need to fight among us, Five Feather persuaded. She controlled her voice and tone to lower herself. Everyone knows you will kill me, so why not play a little game? We wait a while, and afterward, I can secretly leave. Your injury won't be affected, and I will no longer be a problem. That's a win-win situation if I ever see one, right? What do you say? Yan Hai calmly looked at her. You disgust me, do you know why? Five Feathers' face turned red, but she dared not say anything. I don't care that much that you usurped the world's power, took all the world's resources, and enacted an era of pain and suffering. I don't care that you sold your soul and dignity to obtain power. The core theme of the world is the strong prey on the work, so, normally, you surrender to someone with more power. Although I disdain such behavior, I can excuse it. Five Feathers was quiet, not knowing what to say. She thought about a sneak attack while the opponent talked, but she knew that was pointless. A feeling of frustration suddenly overwhelmed her. When was the last time she suffered such humiliation? I can even forgive how you people suppress my sect, Yan Hai continued. The Dao opening sect ended in that situation because of our actions. Everyone who participated in that event was too prideful and refused to accept the flawed method, even though we all knew that someone needed to become the sect's guardian. Yan Hai never blamed the parasites or two sons for the sect's current situation. In fact, she always felt it was their fault since they could not control their pride. What disgusts me is how weak you are, Yan Hai continued. Do you know how the geniuses were raised during my generation? Five Feathers' body paused. She knew the answer but still did not speak. After becoming a peak emperor, Heavenly Dao blocked the way forward. No one, no matter how talented, could not become an Empyrean. Everyone thought something was wrong with heaven and earth until Heavenly Dao released the news, an Empyrean heaven will. Yan Hai's eyes were hazy as she was lost in her memories. Trillions of great emperors, all geniuses, fighting for only 3,000 positions. Brother Qiyuan and I fought endlessly, walking through fields of corpses. When his body was broken, I had to carry him on my back as I slaughtered the enemy. When my soul was injured, he guarded me from all four directions, killing people and forming a field of bodies around us. It was truly brutal beyond words could describe. But in the end, we secured a few positions, laying the foundation for the Dao opening sect now. Yan Hai sighed. In her long life, she had experienced much worse battles than these. However, that battle had a profound impact on her memories. It was the first battle in her life that she felt despair. That battle was not just a test of strength but a test of will. There were too many people. The Eternal Ascension world's luck had reached its highest peak in countless eras, resulting in too many great emperors. It did not help that Heavenly Dao blocked the path ahead just for that battle. Do you think this was the end? Yan Hai continued. No, once that battle ended, the process was repeated for the Paragon realm, and that battle was even crueler since there were only 33 spots. A hint of fear flashed in Xianxia as she remembered that fight. After the 3,000 Empyreans were crowned, Heavenly Dao removed the blockage and allowed the cowards who did not dare to participate to continue cultivating. Of course, these people's luck and destiny were basically non-existent. Heavenly Daoist's target was the next generation. Then, the process repeated itself. The path to Paragon was blocked, and the world waited for enough Empyreans to start the Paragon Heaven-Will battle. Do you know what was truly scary about that battle? The Paragons, Xianxia continued. Many Paragons whose cultivation could not improve did not hesitate to sever their Dao and permanently drop down to the Empyrean realm to compete. A few peak Paragons did the same because they knew the importance of those 33 spots. Tell me, do you know their importance? Primal Destiny, 5 Feathers explained. That's right. Of the 33 who survived that battle, 4 went missing, 7 died, and the remaining 21 became the primal paragons of different overlord factions. So, can you understand why you disgust me? 5 Feathers was both speechless and angry. You have done all these dirty things but only did it for enjoyment and political power? Are you stupid? I could understand if your objective was to compensate for your lack of talent and use the world's resources to increase strength. But no. Xianxia's disgust was palpable. Her life can be described as stepping on countless geniuses. She had such high standards that she created harsh rules to train the sect's disciples. She hated weak people, not in the sense of power but in the sense of not having the will and determination to improve and change. I don't know why I'm wasting my breath on you. She shook a head. Alright, you can die. Her aura suddenly drastically increased, and her face became paler than snow. That should be enough to kill her, she muttered before pointing her finger. She did not even use a sword and only released a brilliant sword light. 5 Feathers sensed death approaching, so she reacted swiftly. She used one of her best defensive techniques, Ancestral Phoenix Blessing. A majestic phoenix phantom manifested between heaven and earth before standing in the front, protecting her. However, Xianxia's response was the same, she even had a sneer on her face. She had met a few true ancestral phoenixes, including someone in her era. That bitch offended her, so Xianxia once cut off the latter's wings, ate a small piece, and had Miscellaneous make a decent Paragon tier flying artifact for her. After dealing with the real thing, how would she care about a phantom? Since I said it was enough to kill you, I meant it, Xianxia said calmly. She had absolute control over her strength, so she forcefully raised her power to the exact number she knew could kill 5 Feathers. Then, as expected, the light pierced the little phoenix's head, instantly annihilating the piece of soul she sued for that clone. Xianxia's aura drastically decreased, and her complexion worsened. However, she immediately opened her mouth to swallow. 5 Feathers' body turned into an ocean of blood and entered her body. She used so many good things to make that body. The nutrients from that body should alleviate the backlash from forcefully sublimating her strength. Maybe I should have taken her soul, too, she commented. Forget it, it's too late. Plus, that boy has been telling me non-stop to be extra careful in case someone plots against me. It's never a bad idea to listen to his kind. Xianxia broke away from his space, collapsing it as she exited. She returned before the seal and checked on Monk. She calmly watched the battle. A talented kid, indeed, but it seems his state of mind hasn't adapted to his current strength. She pondered briefly. Let's let him suffer a little. Anyways, he's thick-skinned and should not die anytime soon. Xianxia flew toward the seal, observing it closely. She understood why Wang Wei wanted her talisman. It would take quite some time for the best array masters to figure this thing out, and even if someone used force, it would also take a lot of time. Unfortunately, time is one of the many things the current situation did not give them. Alright, let's start. She figured she could reduce their efforts by weakening the array. However, she also complained why Wang Wei did not leave the talisman with her. Did he think she would spend a lot of time with that clone? That brat truly underestimated me, Yan Hai sneered. However, her expression wasn't fully formed when someone answered her question. A shadowy figure appeared next to her. A puppet made from elder bark? Yan Hai's face almost twitched after identifying the intruder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1353, 5 Feathers Ambitions Unedited Chapter. 5 Feathers opened her eyes in a secret room and spewed a large mouthful of blood. Her aura became chaotic before dramatically reducing. She swiftly swallowed a handful of pills, trying to manage the situation. However, the situation worsened in a matter of seconds. 5 Feathers' face turned purple, followed by massive pimples with pus manifesting. Her face contorted in pain. It was the worst time for the curse to act up, but it was expected, given her weakened state. She no longer hesitated to swallow a few more rare pills. It took her more than 10 minutes to stabilize her situation. She cultivated for over 2 hours before appeasing her injury and suppressing that curse. 5 Feathers then swiftly checked her face and sighed in relief once she discovered it was back to normal. Damn that woman, she roared. She was already in a bad state, and losing that clone further aggravated the injury. I want to rip her eyes off, 5 Feather cursed, but as soon as she uttered those words, she remembered that sword attack. Her body and soul trembled as a deep fear rushed down her spine. That attack returned her to the era where she was ordinary, where she had to struggle for her survival. The helplessness of being powerless almost drove 5 Feathers crazy. No, this can't go on. I must do something, 5 Feather yelled. Her survival instinct kicked in, and she wanted to survive this ordeal at all times. Simultaneously, it also awakened the ambition in her heart. 5 Feather took a deep breath. That woman was right. I'm too weak. My next goal should be to break this curse. Once I'm at my peak, I can use all the resources to increase my strength. 5 Feathers analyzed this plan and felt nothing wrong with it. In her youth, she was ambitious and willing to do anything for strength and power. However, she lost that side of her after obtaining power. That sword strike awakened her, making the little phoenix realize her mistake. No one in the world can cultivate, but we should be the exception, right? After all, we have completely surrendered to the Lord. If he wants us to keep helping him, he should allow us to increase our strength in dealing with the current situation. 5 Feathers felt there was nothing wrong with this plan except for one thing, this damn curse. She pondered briefly before waving her hand to activate a technique. 5-element Phoenix Palace, throne room, all of 5 Feathers' subordinates were waiting, and a few minutes later, her projection appeared on the throne. She had never left her secret room since that injury, and the best formation of the palace protected that room. Well, she asked, but no one answered. On the contrary, most people lowered their heads, fearing she would pay attention to them. Say something, she yelled. The hall was still quiet. Dark Phoenix? Isn't this your main job? Reporting, Lord, said a beautiful woman dressed in tight all-black robes and a phoenix mark on her forehead. There is no news about the putrid white leaf. That's what you have to report? 5 Feathers asked, not hiding her killing intent. The putrid white leaf is a rare supreme chaos herb that is born by gathering the most evil and negative qi between heaven and earth, then, through yin-yang laws, revert into the purest substance between heaven and earth. It is one of the best treasures for dealing with curses. I'm sorry, Lord, Dark Phoenix answered with her head lowered. We could not find it in our territory, and before your return, we had to reduce our forces and influences on the outside to prevent losses. All I'm hearing are excuses. Dark Phoenix felt wronged. She was telling the truth, but her boss was unreasonable today. It also did not help that a few million yuan epochs ago, she used the territory only putrid white leaf had for a minor curse that she could have eradicated with little effort and a retreat of less than 100,000 years. The Lord has always been willful and wasteful, but did she finally realize the consequences of her actions? Dark Phoenix doesn't believe it. Did fate finally abandon us? She thought. I knew this day was coming, but I did not expect it to come so fast. 5 Feathers became quiet on the throne, her aura suppressing everyone present. She was thinking of a solution. Killing herself was no longer an option, and she lost one life to learn this truth. She only had 2 left and did not want to waste them. Can I transfer it to someone else? She thought, focusing on the people in the room. Everyone felt a chill down their spine but dared not react or make a sound. No, this curse is too overbearing and won't separate from me so easily. Plus, these people are too weak, and a small part is enough to kill all of them. She thought of countless methods, but none of them were feasible. These failed attempts irate her even more, so she slammed the armrest on the throne. Her fluctuating emotions suddenly made the projection unstable until it dispersed. Back in the room, 5 Feathers' curse became active a second time. She hurriedly summoned a flame from her palm and absorbed it into her heart. She removed it 30 seconds later, and her body had stabilized. However, the original bright flame had turned dark. 5 Feathers was about to extinguish it when she thought of someone, to be exact. Maybe I can use that ceremony to heal myself, she thought. In her life, 5 Feathers has never been close or intimate with one man, the undead Phoenix. Back then, he was a rising star from the lower dimension, and she was an above-average disciple from the Phoenix clan. Although her bloodline was unique, it did not change the fact her talent was ordinary. However, 5 Feather was ambitious. She wanted power, strength, and the adoration of all myriad races. At first, she had no chance until she found that witchcraft inheritance involved techniques about curses, poisons, and ceremonies. Without hesitation, she set her eyes on the young undead Phoenix. She knew her chances were slim, so she spent all her resources cultivating a love-fate goo. With its help, she was about to have accidental meetings with undead Phoenix and develop their feelings. Then, once the latter was head over heels in love with her, 5 Feathers had the opportunity to knock him out and use the origin supplement ceremony. By taking undead Phoenix's origin, she could take away his talent and luck. It was this method that allowed her to enter the Paragon realm. 5 Feathers could not help but reminisce. That ceremony was the beginning of everything. It brought her unparalleled glory. After that, she became the genius of the Phoenix clan, who was loved and praised by all the elders and envied by her peers. Meanwhile, no one cared about undead Phoenix since he was only a poor, loose cultivator from the lower dimension. Without his talent, no one gave him a second look. Unfortunately, 5 Feathers' prosperity did not last long. After becoming a paragon, she realized the negative effect of the ceremony. She had no more potential, meaning 90% Grand Dao Source was the limit of her strength for the rest of her life. Once people realized this, she became a laughingstock. The elders who were enthusiastic about her now only gave the minimum respect of a paragon. But even that did not last long once people realized she was the weakest of paragons. 5 Feathers had to watch her juniors catch up to her before surpassing her. They did not do it quietly and humiliated her whenever they had an opportunity. After suffering so long, she had long thought of just ending everything. Then, Time Eater came to her with an offer she could not resist. She accepted it without hesitation. Despite knowing the consequences, despite knowing she was only a pawn, despite the fact her ex was part of this group as a means to balance her, she accepted it. I haven't studied that inheritance for a while, but there might be a way for me to transfer some of the curses to undead Phoenix, 5 Feathers thought. There is a deep and unbreakable karmic bond between them, so her plan is feasible. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was possible. Is there some kind of news? Dark Phoenix, what is it? Five Feather asked as she condensed another projection. We just received news, Dark Phoenix replied before stopping. Don't waste my time and let it out. Someone has an antidote for your curse. What did you say? This is not the time for you to be talking nonsense. Five Feather really exceed a terrifying killing intent. These servants knew this time, their master was not playing around. If Dark Phoenix does not choose her words wisely, she will not walk out of this room. It's the undead phoenix, she hurriedly said. He announced publicly that he had a cure. The room was eerily silent. Five Feather's first reaction was this was a blatant lie. However, she remembered something, and her face turned ugly. Damn you, she roared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1354 Open Plot. Yen Hai frowned as she looked at that puppet. Cultivators have categorized elder bark as the worst paragon, Tier 12, material. It cannot be used to make artifacts, pills, or arrays because its characteristics are stubborn and cannot fuse with substances of the same tier as itself. People have tried only using elder bark to make their weapons, but besides the fact it's hard to destroy, nothing is interesting about it. Due to its nature, elder bark has a few uses and is sought after by a small group of the cultivation world. Its primary use is to create indestructible Empyrean puppets. An Empyrean cannot destroy a puppet created with elder bark, as the minimum requirement to break it is a paragon tier attack. Such a restriction has drastically reduced its value, but cultivators have still found ways to make it worthwhile. Talented disciples from top lineages will receive an elder bark puppet as their Dao protector. Paragons are valuable, so unless someone has special status or shows talents on the level of Wu Hong, Yen Hai, and Wang Wei, no lineage will dedicate a paragon as their Dao protector. The puppet becomes an alternative since it requires paragon tier strength to destroy. Of course, this is still not the primary use of these puppets. There are many rare areas or secret dimensions that prevent a paragon from entering or cannot bear the entire presence of a paragon. Elder bark puppets are the best substitute to explore these places. Some mining areas are dangerous to Empyreans, but not paragons. These puppets are the best replacement. Yen Hai observed the puppet briefly and thought of something. She looked around to check, but there was no result. She then instantly returned her strength to 90% and destroyed the puppet with one wave of her fingers. She waited for the aftermath, and another one showed up as expected. How annoying, she thought. She glanced at this creation, thinking about her next move. She wanted to annihilate all the puppets but did not know how many of them there were. With these people's resources, having a small army of these puppets is not impossible. My injury will aggravate if I have to sublimate myself to keep killing these things, she analyzed. It was not worth it for her to do so. After winning her battle, the situation was favorable to her, so she only had to wait. But will things be so simple? She thought. She did not think so. Regardless, she knew how to behave next. Yen Hai sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the puppet while keeping an eye on the other battles with her divine sense. Another space layer, Monk looked at his opponent, Undead Phoenix, who was doing the same. Undead Phoenix was a handsome middle-aged man with white hair, but he had a gloomy aura surrounding his body. His black robe, with patterns of bones and death, did not help. You look so young and promising, just like me back then, Undead Phoenix said. You must be a genius. You could say so, Monk replied calmly and with some not-so-subtle arrogance. Yes, that arrogance, a genius indeed, Undead Phoenix uttered, not hiding his excitement. However, Monk frowned as that excitement was disgusting to him. "There is nothing I enjoy more than to destroy geniuses," Undead Phoenix said while licking his lips. His tongue was long but also completely black. An odd flame flashed deep in his eyes while he was excited. Monk frowned. He remembered the Fate Shadow Guard information and understood what had happened. It seems that event twisted his mind and personality, turning him into a pervert who enjoys destroying other people's dreams and ambitions. "I don't have time for your nonsense," Monk declared before summoning an exquisite box with a pill bottle inside. "My boss said he has a gift for you but wondered whether you would dare accept it." "Oh?" Undead Phoenix was intrigued while also on guard. "It's the cure to 5 Feathers Curse," Monk continued. According to him, the best resources in the world can only seal that curse, unless these two took action. This cure is the only one, and he wants to hand it to you. The Curse Master's bloodline curse was a nasty one. The better the sacrifice, the more terrifying the curse. Wang Wei had previously prepared a decent sacrifice, but Paragon Jimin showed up, and he could not pass this opportunity. Using a paragon, especially one with such significance and destiny, as sacrifice made that curse a nightmare. However, the effects were so incredible that Wang Wei believes the subsequent plans will be much easier to maneuver. Undead Phoenix's breath became uneven. He stared at that pill bottle, unable to extricate himself. He was not stupid. He knew this was an open conspiracy, using his hatred for 5 Feathers to manipulate him. But he did not care. He would do anything to make this woman suffer the pain he experienced. Undead Phoenix resisted the urge to rush over and take the bottle. He waved his hand, and it flew in his hand. He checked it for any plot but discovered nothing suspicious. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed 3 times. He grinned, showing all his teeth that were as white as bones. "Normally, I like to take my time with talented individuals like you, slowing and methodically increasing the despair until their mind breaks. However, I'll make an exception out of you and give you a quick death. Look, aren't I generous?" "Sick bastard," Monk cursed. His aura increased, and his already tall body increased to 5 meters. His bronze skin showed brilliance, and his muscles were still the definition of exaggerated perfection. He teleported before his opponent and punched. Undead Phoenix was calm. A bone shield materialized before him, easily blocking the attack. What a rude bastard. He casually punched back, and Monk flew back a few light years like a rag doll. His body is so strong. But I don't sense the aura of the Power Dao realm. Could it be an impure body refiner? Impure body refiners are people who cannot take the pain, survive the tribulations of the Power Dao realm, or whose body refining does not match their path, so they find alternative ways to improve their fleshly Dao. In return, they do not have a willpower manifestation, terrifying defense against all Daoists, or will immortality. Monk realized this single punch had broken 5 of his ribs, but he did not care, as such an injury was minor. The opponent did not even apply any Dao will to that punch, so he had healed most of it by the time he could stop his momentum and prevent his body from flying away. Force strike, Monk raised his hand. He condensed his physical strength before sending toward his target. His attacks acted similar to condensing air pressure, except they were created from physical force. Undead Phoenix remained calm, only using his bone shield to defend. He had a sneer and contempt in his face that drove Monk to a rage. The future leader of the barbarian race materialized a crystal armor that covered his body. He rushed toward his opponent and kicked him. Undead Phoenix was still calm. "Now, that's better. But only a little." His mouth released a terrifying flame that instantly burned half of Monk's body. However, the barbarian king was ruthless and did not hesitate to explode the other half of his body. "Damn you, Ant," Undead Phoenix cursed. He was relatively intact, except for a few holes in his clothes and scratches to his face. However, these things healed or repaired themselves at a rate visible to the naked eye. Monk's new body appeared a few kilometers away. As the ancestors said, there is truly a vast gap between each level in the Paragon realm. In this brief encounter, Monk realized he might have been too impetuous and arrogant. From what he learned from his clan and Wang Wei, these parasites were the weakest in their realm. Yet, they could still play with him like this. Monk's new body appeared a few kilometers away. As the ancestors said, there is truly a vast gap between each level in the Paragon realm. In this brief encounter, Monk realized he might have been too impetuous and arrogant. From what he learned from his clan and Wang Wei, these parasites were the weakest in their realm. Yet, they could still play with him like this. Can I ask how your strength ranks among the others? Monk suddenly asked. Of course, I'm the strongest. Stronger than Time Eater? Undead Phoenix almost choked. He stared at Monk with intense killing intent, but the latter only chuckled. According to the boss, Time Eater is on top, followed by Earth Emperor, Seven Cauldron. You and Blood Dragon are on the same level at 4th, but you have the advantage in ruthlessness and intelligence. Finally, Five Feathers is the weakest, even without the curse. What stupid list, Undead Phoenix sneered. Earth Emperor is nothing but a lunatic and a pawn. That stupid Daoist she-male can only rely on her background, and you dare put me on the same level as that stupid and lustful dragon? I don't totally agree with him since I think you're above the Daoist, Monk said. But to be fair, he did say that geniuses will always be geniuses. He said you had the most potential among the others. Unfortunately, you're now a broken man. When will it be your turn to comment on my affairs? You have a point, Monk nodded. In that case, let's continue. He summoned a metallic puppet before fusing it with his skeletons. His aura increased drastically, along with his confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1355, Conversing with the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei and Earth Emperor looked at each other, clashing their aura. They looked like they were about to kill each other. However, both of them seemed to have something else on their mind. Wang Wei's focus was not on this battle but on the sealed space. These cowards removed the no-life array, Wang Wei thought. He figured this was an excellent opportunity to at least kill one of these bastards permanently. Still, once they realized they did not have the advantage and were forced to fight him, they removed the array to ensure that the worst outcome in this fight was losing one life. I need to focus on my primary objective, Wang Wei thought. Which is to break that seal. But now that Supreme Unity knows where I am, things will not be so simple. However, this was Wang Wei's plan, that did not stop him from giving one of these people a lesson. Are you interested in working with me? Pardon me? Wang Wei asked. He thought he was having auditory hallucinations. There is no need to be surprised, Earth Emperor added. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interest. If our interests are aligned, there is no reason not to work together. Wang Wei observed him and realized he was telling the truth. I have to say you've caught my intrigue. How do you want to work together? What's the common interest you're talking about? To destroy the Great Qin Saint Court. My first thought is you're courting death, Wang Wei said, looking at him strangely. But my second thought is, how will their destruction benefit me? Resources. Why are you saying something so stupid? Wang Wei said with a frown. You don't think I lack resources because I've plundered the Dragon and Time Eater's territory, do you? How can these people compare to the foundation of such an ancient overlord? Earth Emperor argued. Plus, the human emperor has an unknown and secret origin. I'm sure you're interested. Wang Wei looked at him without a word. He did not hide the annoyance on his face or the fact that the Earth Emperor was speaking nonsense. His entire body language was as rude as it could be. He made it evident that he was restraining himself by not calling him a moron. Of course, this is not the main reason. I think you'll agree. I want to know what makes you so confident. From what I know about you, you're quite protective of your friends and families, Earth Emperor continued, not hiding his smirk. His facial expression indicated he believed Wang Wei would agree to his request no matter what. Who are you talking about? Wang Wei asked. You don't know? Earth Emperor asked with a smile. The Qin court captured the Demon Suppression Emperor as soon as she ascended. No wonder I haven't heard about her, Wang Wei uttered. When gathering his team, he also planned to gather some of the people from the lower dimension without sufficient background under his command. So, what do you think? We can work together, Earth Emperor continued. I get most of the resources from the court, and in return, I help you save your friend. If I agree, how will today's battle go? Everything will be fine as long as you leave and don't touch the seal on the Void Illusion realm, Wang Wei pondered briefly. He had no plan to team up with this idiot. It's written all over his face that he plans to backstab me. Moreover, the latter seems to think it was okay for him to get most of the shares while his remuneration would only be saving the Demon Suppression Emperor. What's your plan to destroy the Qin court? Asked. Although he did not plan to work with that asshole, he pondered the possibility of fake working with him and backstabbing him first. I can't tell you that since we don't trust each other. If you agree, we can sign a contract. Tell me a general idea so I can be more confident. I won't say anything until the contract is signed, Earth Emperor replied stubbornly. Alright, show me the prepared contract. Earth Emperor hesitated briefly before taking out a parchment and writing a detailed control with over 10 million words. Wang Wei received and read it, but a minute later, he burned the thing while sneering, It's obvious you don't have a plan and want me to come up with one. The contract contained a loophole that insinuated that he would oversee most of this plan. I'm telling you, I have a plan I've been working on for countless Yuan epochs, Earth Emperor reiterated. Just because you have a plan doesn't mean it's a good one, Wang Wei rebutted. Anyway, I won't work with someone like you. He decided it was not worth the risk and complication to use this approach to kill this bastard. He already had a plan, and he only needed to put it into motion, and he believed this guy would fall for it. It seems the rumors of you being kind, benevolent, and generous to your friends are lies, Earth Emperor said with a cold face. No, they're true, but you seem to overlook something. The Demon Suppression Emperor is an acquaintance at best, Wang Wei replied. I've saved her and her people, so she already owes me karma. I don't need to go to extreme lengths to save her. Plus, I know for a fact she'll be alive until the human emperor returns from limbo. I have plenty of time. It's not hard to guess why the Qin court captured her. The Demon Suppression Emperors held both minor human emperor and heavenly emperor positions, and Yingzheng would do anything to get his hands on them. Meanwhile, the same cannot be said for you, Wang Wei continued. The human emperor might still keep her alive once he returns, trying to find a more peaceful way to take her position to prevent complications. But you're a useless pawn who has usurped power. He'll definitely kill you as soon as he's capable. I'm no one's pawn, Earth Emperor said with gritted teeth. What's the point of being agitated now after wasting such an opportunity? What are you talking about? Am I wrong? Wang Wei asked. Under normal circumstances, with your intelligence and capabilities, you would never have a chance to escape the human emperor's grasp. However, this turn of this era gave you a chance. With 1/9 of the world's resources and luck, you can bypass the limitation of your poor talent and cultivate to the peak of the Paragon realm. Although it would be impossible for you to become a primal under normal circumstances, you could have done it if you were ruthless enough. All you needed to do was risk your life to pass the unorthodox outlaw trial for Samsara Dao, and your future would have been bright. Earth Emperor could not pass the test based on karma, but the upper dimension offered an outlaw trial that was just a mighty heavenly tribulation. He could have passed if the Earth Emperor had been ruthless and willing to use most of his resources and luck. After gaining control of Samsara Dao, with 1/9 destiny of the world, you could get a job as a Yama king in the underworld and use this opportunity to become a primal. The underworld is more than enough to protect you from the human emperor, and he would probably have given up on you as a pawn since it would cost him too much to retrieve you. But if you were bolder and wiser, the Eternal Ascension World's 1/9 luck was probably enough to get you the status as Earth Emperor, if you prove yourself. Then, all you had to do was take advantage of the human emperor's absence to destroy the Qin Saint Court and ruin his foundation. If you plan well enough, you might even kill him and get his human emperor position. After that, well, your future will be infinite. The Earth Emperor was quiet. Everything Wang Wei said sounded fine and dandy, but it did not meet reality. He was not like the others who let power get to him, at least, he believed so. His cultivation was so low because someone was always watching him, not wanting him to get more powerful. Time Eater chose them because they were weak and had little talent, so how did he let them become as powerful as him? Additionally, how hard was the unorthodox outlaw trial? Many believe it's more challenging than the Paragon Tribulation, especially for people who want to change their Dao so late in their journey. How could he risk everything just for another Dao? In the end, it's as he said, I was not bold or ruthless enough, Earth Emperor sighed. He looked at Wang Wei, releasing a terrifying killing intent. The current world situation is strange and dangerous, and I need the counsel of a wise minister to help me through it. If I can get his soul, I can refine it into a wisdom artifact. There is no better reassurance as a monarch, or even in my cultivation journey than to have a Dao overlord under my control feeding me ideas and plans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1356. The ceremony is completed. Unedited chapter. The Earth Emperor's body, whose proper name is Shu Ren, released a gray mist. It enveloped everything in its path and froze it at a fundamental level. Wang Wei's body moved out of the way, but the fog followed him like maggots chasing after expired meat. After realizing he could not escape, Wang Wei gathered the most abundant yang energy in his body and blew up, releasing a fiery fog to counter the enemy. His approach worked, but Shu Ren calmly released a black fog and molded it into a towering hand. Boom! The attack was too fast, and Wang Wei was sent flying. His two arms had turned into popsicles, and his soul heard owls of despair. Wang Wei remained calm and removed the enemy's shoddy application of a Dao Will artifact. His arm regenerated, and his soul was intact. Extreme Yin Spear. Shu Ren waved his hand to condense a black spear. He threw it with unparalleled force, making Wang Wei's face turn ugly. He punched the spear, but his body took dozens of steps into the void. He looked intact, but anyone with discerning eyes could see the freezing signs on his arms and upper torso. Shu Ren's brow furrowed as he summoned hundreds of these black spears. They rushed toward their opponent, blocking the sky like they were raining. Extreme Yang body. Wang Wei's body turned into an elemental-like fire creature as he desperately combated this rain of spears. The flame helped him with the freezing aspect of the attack, but the spears were too fast, and there were too many. Additionally, he discovered that his speed was drastically decreasing with each passing second, meaning the longer this attack lasted, the slower he became and the more injuries he received. The raining spear ended, and Wang Wei looked like Swiss cheese. However, despite his situation, his eyes remained calm and focused. He suddenly teleported in front of Shu Ren and kicked him. However, the ruler of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty was calm, almost too calm. His Dao was Extreme Yin, and he could separate it into Extreme and Yin Dao. He activated his Extreme Shield, easily blocking that kick. Then, with a thought, All the spears in Wang Wei's body exploded, sending his mutilated body flying thousands of light-years away. Shu Ren activated extreme speed, and rushed over, trying to annihilate the body in one fell swoop. Shu Ren's hand suddenly condensed a terrifying amount of death qi, turning his palm into a death claw. Then, he headed directly for the immobile Wang Wei's head. Yin-Yang reversal. As soon as the attack reached him, Wang Wei activated his Yin-Yang Dao, reversing the damage to his opponent. His actions were unexpected and swift, but not with the best effort. Shu Ren might have fallen for this trick if it had been before, but his time at the frontier awakened his instinct as a warrior. Extreme defense, extreme regeneration. Shu Ren tanked Wang Wei's counterattack, but he also did not stop attacking. Most of the death qi from his claw dissipated, but the force of the claw still hit Wang Wei's body, sending him flying through the void. Shu Ren looked at his palm before looking at Wang Wei. "You're so weak. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be so weak." He did not let his current advantage overwhelm his senses. The frontier taught him the price of underestimating any enemy. "What's it to you whether I'm weak or not?" Wang Wei replied calmly. The good news for him was that Shu Ren's application of Dao Will was indeed terrible, and with his pseudo-will immortality, his body soon recovered after giving him time to breathe. "You're injured," Shu Ren announced. "It should have been the work of the lock. That's why your performance is so terrible. It's probably why you even considered working with me in the first place. You can think whatever you want." Shu Ren licked his lips. This was a perfect opportunity to catch this bastard and turn him into a wisdom artifact. He waved his hand, and two more terrifying aura appeared before him. Wang Wei's face turned ugly after seeing the two creation lifeforms that were also paragons. Achieving paragon strength through the taboo battle realm had one flaw: the lack of evolution of the Grand Mist Wheel. Although he could fight with these paragons, they can besiege him if they use their best creation lives. Wang Wei did not hesitate to use his order-disorder Dao, banishing the appearance of creation lives in this battle. He used willpower backlash as a disorder, thus making his appearance paler. "Another injury, huh?" Shu Ren smiled. He did not mind that he had lost a few helpers since it meant drastically weakening his opponent. He activated extreme speed and extreme strength, and with one step, he appeared before Wang Wei. Bang! Half of Wang Wei's body exploded into a blood mist, and Shu Ren licked his lips. He understood why that pervert undead phoenix enjoyed tormenting these geniuses. Seeing these people, who are usually proud and arrogant, struggle while at death's door can bring true spiritual satisfaction. Wang Wei's blood turned into spears, but with a thought, Shu Ren froze them. He looked into Wang Wei's eyes, and the latter's regeneration suddenly paused. Yes, his soul is indeed in a weak state, Shu Ren thought. Although he was confident in his guess, he had to check. As a person whose Dao contained Yin Dao, he could be considered a master of the soul. Corrosive moon. Shu Ren raised his hand to condense a beautiful moon in the void. Wang Wei's mind was affected, and he was drawn by the moon, even temporarily stopping his regeneration. A blue beam of light flew from the moon, and the danger suddenly awakened him. He raised his hand to block. His palms turned into skeletons, but he successfully blocked the beam. Or so he thought. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he noticed this strange moonlight inside his sea of consciousness. This thing was destroying his soul power at an alarming rate. The worst part is that power was like a maggot, he could not get rid of it no matter what he did. Without much choice, he had no choice but to cut off the part it was attached to, thus permanently losing some of his soul power. Shu Ren suddenly chuckled, his laughter echoed through the void. "Where is your previous arrogance? Only an idiot will celebrate victory before a battle ends," Wang Wei sneered. "There is plenty of time, and I guarantee you that by the end, I'll rip your heart from your chest and use it as a trophy." "You mean like this?" Shu Ren mocked. He raised his palm to condense an extreme Yin crystal, and with a thought, it turned into a beating heart. Wang Wei looked shocked as he sensed a cold energy coursing through his blood and veins. Xu Ren laughed and became even more arrogant. Although his Tao was extreme Yin, he still dabbled in Yin-Yang, and this technique was a basic application. He exchanged a Yin item for Wang Wei's heart, which contained an extreme amount of Yang energy. Wang Wei calmly suppressed the hell-like cold inside his body and said with a strange tone, "This was easier than I thought." Xu Ren suddenly felt a sense of impending doom and disaster. "You have injured me enough, meaning the requirements for the ceremony have been met," Wang Wei continued. As soon as he finished, 2 magical circles appeared above the battlefield. "What did you do?" Xu Ren roared, trying to run away, but it was futile. The tattoo of the clock flew out of Wang Wei's chest and floated above Xu Ren's head. The clock's handle moved until it reached the skull. A terrifying power descended from the sky into Xu Ren. He reacted swiftly by activating all his defensive and life-saving measures, but it did not matter. His body started to age at an alarming rate. In a matter of seconds, he turned into an elderly man with long white hair, cloudy eyes, a beard longer than his knees, and thinner than a mummy. "You're still alive? I guess I underestimated you," Wang Wei said. He raised his hand to manifest a hand of time. With the opponent's current situation, Time Dao was the best approach to kill him as soon as possible. However, the Earth Emperor proved he was not a regular paragon. As death approached him, he summoned a dimension of probably his version of hell that he created. This projection contained some of the aura of Yama King, which allowed it to block Wang Wei's potent offensive. Then, Xu Ren was decisive as he blew the dimension to buy him enough time to run away. Escape? Wang Wei thought as he searched around. There were no signs of the latter. That can be. I need you to lose at least 1 life. He raised his hand to summon his karma thread, focusing on the ones related to his title as the Earth Emperor. He used it to connect to Xu Ren and cast a curse. This was one of his creations that combined with his order-disorder Tao. The conditions of the curse were simple, neither of them could use longevity pills that can increase lifespan. Such conditions are usually useless for Tier 10 cultivators since they are immortal. However, Xu Ren's condition was that his existence was affected by the power of time, thus aging him. The best way to heal such an injury is longevity pills. Now, his only choice is to sacrifice 1 life to return to his peak, Wang Wei thought with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1357 Vessel Wang Wei left his fighting space, and the first thing he saw was his ancestor sitting cross-legged in the void with a weird puppet guarding her. His lips twitched, thinking how Monk was probably suffering. "Ancestor, what's the situation?" Yan Hai looked at him before explaining what happened with the elder bark puppet. Wang Wei frowned after hearing her explanation. This was not good news. The parasites must have been busy, so the actions of these puppets were not theirs. Wang Wei casually destroyed the puppet and waited. He frowned after 5 minutes and no response. He looked at the seal in the distance. His first instinct was to start destroying it with his ancestor. After all, Monk and Old Man Dai can still hold on for a while. However, will things be this simple? Will Supreme Unity let them act after expressing his desire to prevent them from freeing the Void Illusion realm? Let's play it safe first, Wang Wei thought. He realized that he was at an impasse, and the wrong move meant he would fail his objective. He could not fail. The liberation of the mortals was the first step to dealing with the lock. His battle with Supreme Unity had just begun, and he could not afford any failures. So, Wang Wei shifted his focus to the remaining 2 battles. Old Man Dai was fine. He followed his agreement with Wang Wei to the T. His only objective was to hold off 7 Cauldron, nothing more, nothing less. Such a battle method was aggravating for the Taoist priest, but Old Man Dai did not care. He remained steadfast, ensuring his opponent could not free herself to aid the others. As for Monk? Well, he was suffering. Undead Phoenix was lost in the lust of torturing his opponent. As such, his body suffered countless minor and severe wounds but nothing that could be considered true damage. However, Wang Wei did not worry about him. In his eyes, Wang Wei saw a firm will, and more importantly, he could see Monk was using this opportunity to increase his fighting experience. What should my next move be? Wang Wei thought. Since he chose to play it first, his next move should be to free his ally so they can attack the seal together. The issue is who to help first. 7 Cauldron has the highest chance of something unexpected occurring, Wang Wei analyzed. His gaze then shifted to Undead Phoenix. Additionally, although I already plan to use him to deal with 5 feathers, it's in my best interest for him not to be in his best state. If he could severely injure the Undead Phoenix and release the news to 5 feathers, it should accelerate the speed at which they confront each other. Unless Supreme Unity intervened, there is no way for 5 feathers to heal herself in the next 100,000 or even million yuan epoch. Meanwhile, I only need Undead Phoenix's injury unable to be healed in the next 100 yuan epochs, forcing them to fight each other. Then, he'll have no choice but to sacrifice one of his lives to heal himself. With a preliminary plan, Wang Wei no longer hesitated. He accessed his future wife's treasury and took out a dagger. He observed this paragon artifact and nodded. This item was one of the best artifacts for assassination, especially for making the target suffer. Wang Wei then activated his power of nothingness, and took the invisible characteristics of nothingness. He lurked in the unknown, waiting for the right moment to strike. According to his observation, Undead Phoenix had already lost himself. The latter's defense was at an all-time low due to how much he was enjoying himself torturing Monk. However, Wang Wei still waited. He waited until the latter's emotions reached a peak, and his defense completely collapsed. Then, he appeared behind Undead Phoenix, and his dagger pierced his back and broke his spine. The attack was simple and looked so inspiring or ordinary. However, only Wang Wei and Undead Phoenix knew how devastating that simple piercing was. Firstly, Wang Wei's attack combined many powers, including his soul. In other words, Undead Phoenix's paragon soul received a terrifying blow. He would have died instantly without the ring of white flame surrounding his soul. One of the true will applications that Wang Wei learned from his future wife was to make his will similar to a curse, making it harder to remove. He did not hesitate to use it for this sneak attack. Wang Wei even added his understanding of replicating viruses to make his true will even more challenging to deal with. As such, as soon as that attack succeeded, he knew Undead Phoenix would suffer in the future, unless he had some extraordinary means. But even that was not everything he did. As a final gift, Wang Wei injected his power of nothingness into Undead Phoenix's body. That alone should complicate things further. How can you do something as lowly as a sneak attack? Undead Phoenix uttered. Don't you know who I am? Wang Wei rolled his eyes. When did he have a reputation for being honorable? Earth Emperor thought he would do anything to rescue an acquaintance, and this Undead Phoenix thought that sneak attacks were below him. You will regret this, Undead Phoenix said with gritted teeth. A black flame enveloped his body, and Wang Wei retreated. Undead Phoenix turned into a black phoenix but was only a black skeleton with no flesh or feathers. The black flame then consumed his entire body until there was nothing left. Wang Wei's lips twitched. These people may be bad at fighting, but all their methods of running away are extraordinary. How are you doing? Wang Wei asked. I'm fine. My injuries were nothing serious. Monk was telling the truth. It took him a few seconds to remove the opponent's Dao will and return to his peak. I sensed the breath of ceremonial magic from you. Did you ask for some unknown being for power to end your fight as soon as possible? Monk asked. I'm not stupid enough to do such a thing, Wang Wei replied before briefly explaining the situation. A glint flashed in Monk's eyes as an idea flashed in his mind. Let's move, Wang Wei said. Time is running out. The two reunited with Yan Hai before entering Old Man Daoist battlefield. Thank the heavens, you're finally here. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Wei nodded before focusing on Seven Cauldron. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, making Wang Wei frown. Kill her as quickly as possible, he ordered. What's with the worry in your tone? Yan Hai asked. Haven't you realized? She's too calm. Indeed. Someone like Seven Cauldron should be panicking by now, trying to find a way to escape. However, she was calmly looking at them, with even some hidden disdain deep in her eyes. The team did not know whether Wang Wei was right, but they were not willing to risk it, so they all attacked simultaneously. The result was unexpected. A black and white shield surrounded Seven Cauldron, easily blocking the attack from so many paragons. Moreover, the unknown pure yin-yang power inside her body was activating, raising her aura drastically. Damn it, why didn't I think of that, Wang Wei cursed. He reacted swiftly by summoning his golden body of merit. What's happening? Old Man Dai asked, his voice not hiding his fear and worry. Of course, Wang Wei would not tell him he had figured out that the Seven Cauldron was Supreme Unity's vessel to use his power in the world, just like Feng Heng was to Maitreya. In my name and title as the honorary Buddha, Wang Wei's golden body uttered. I call upon the Mother Buddha to descend into the world to assist me in sealing this evildoer. Wang Wei knew only power of the same level could stop Supreme Unity, so he made the best response to the situation. As expected, golden lights manifested in this sealed place, followed by Buddhist chants and mantras. He successfully summoned some of Maitreya's power using his sage authority. A golden palm descended from the sky, releasing a golden magic circle to seal Seven Cauldron and the descent of Supreme Unity's power. This is not enough, Wang Wei yelled as he watched Seven Cauldron's yin-yang symbol block his seal. Everyone, use your best sealing methods. Yan Hai was the first to react. She waved her hand to manifest 7 swords that emanated the power of stars. They formed a sealing array, channeling the endless power of sword Dao and stars to seal their target. Old Man Daoist's method was an enormous turtle shell with unparalleled weight and mass. He pressed it above Seven Cauldron, using its power to immobilize her. Monk's approach was to summon 33 ancestral spirits of the barbarian clan and for them to work together to establish the 33 Spirit Temple sealing array. No one hesitated after Wang Wei spoke and went all out, but the worry on his face did not diminish, and that's because they were still at a stalemate with Seven Cauldron despite all of them taking turns. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1358 Heaven's Secret Crystal. Wang Wei observed the situation with a frown. Seven Cauldron stood toweringly in the void with a yin-yang symbol above her head, blocking a humongous Buddha palm, 7 swords that had turned into stars, a turtle shell bigger than any stars, and 33 spirits standing before 33 temples. She's not just blocking us, but slowly gaining the advantage, Wang Wei analyzed. Boy, you must do something. We won't last long, Yan Hai suddenly messaged him through divine sense. Wang Wei resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He knew this and was trying to find a solution. I'm thinking, he replied succinctly. Wang Wei knew that time was not on their side, and the best way to solve this was to add more power to their sides, thus tilting this standoff toward them. The question is, who and how do we do this? If I could summon Feng to this place, Maitreya should be able to use more power with her vessel present, Wang Wei analyzed. But would Supreme Unity allow news to leave this place? Would he allow anyone to enter? Wang Wei swiftly eliminated this approach, along with others that require outside individuals to help. Most people cannot access this place, he concluded with a frown. Such a conclusion eliminated many other ideas, including using the other sages and borrowing their authority. Most people cannot, but there is still heavenly Tao, Wang Wei calculated. It's powerful enough, has the same ubiquitous characteristic as Supreme Unity, and is already in confrontation with the usurper. This idea was feasible, but another problem was summoning heavenly Tao. Regular summon methods won't work, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Tao had lost most of its power and authority, so regular methods of summoning would have no effect. So, that eliminates those two methods, Wang Wei continued. He was a Destiny son and had a deep karmic connection with Heavenly Tao, a fact he could have previously used to summon the latter. However, this was no longer applicable. The same is true for his status as a sage. The best way to summon Heavenly Tao now is to make a significant achievement with worldwide ramifications. Since the lock appeared, the only way to truly mobilize Heavenly Tao and increase its fighting power against Supreme Unity has been to improve the world's prosperity. Wang Wei's eyes light up. Usually, he couldn't think of such an accomplishment in such a short period while in danger. However, this battle started because of such an opportunity. Wang Wei calmly looked at Seven Cauldron. Before this battle, he suspected there might be fraud, so he visited a few people, one of which was Sun Junyao. He asked her to come with him because he figured she had condensed a paragon soul with Blood Dragon's resources before the lock descended. As such, her soul could occupy a puppet, and she could become a quasi-paragon fighting force. Sun Junyao can then work together with Emperor Kong, another quasi-paragon, and block one paragon. Wang Wei was cautious, so he brought extra help. It also helped that his action also deepened his connection to her, thus making it easier to cut off their fate connection. "I'm glad I was paranoid," Wang Wei thought as he contacted Sun Junyao. Like Yan Hai and the others, she came with him through a unique dimension, meaning she was already present in this sealed space. "Everyone, I have a way to fuse all our sealing methods," Wang Wei suddenly said. "Work together with me." Wang Wei's aura rose drastically while his complexion became paler. It appeared he was losing blood at an alarming rate. The others reacted and started cooperating with him. Wang Wei's soul started blending with the others, allowing him to take brief control over their sealing techniques. Seven Cauldron frowned. Her cold and indifferent demeanor, which somehow made her look more beautiful and holy, finally had some fluctuation. Something is wrong, she thought, but she could not immediately figure it out. However, she did not focus too much on it. All these plans and schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. Boom! A brilliant light enveloped their fighting space, followed by a sound so loud that it echoed in the emptiness of the void. People immediately checked the source of the light and sound, but their divine sense was cut off just by the residual of that power. "What a terrifying sword power," Old Man Dai stated, not hiding his shock. Meanwhile, Yan Hai gave him a look that said, "You know what you're talking about, youngster." In the distance, people saw the most beautiful woman alive floating in the void, holding a talisman in her right hand. She was perspiring as her complexion was pale, but that only increased her allure and charm. Luckily, the people present had a strong will, so they turned their eyes to something more substantial. The seal on the void illusion was destroyed. "Excellent work, Lady Sun," Wang Wei praised. However, Sun Junyao was not strong enough to reply. Yan Hai's peak attack was not something that an Empyrean could control. If not for her paragon soul, that attack would have gone out of control and killed her along with it. "You can leave to recuperate." Sun Junyao mustered the strength to say, "I've repaid you for what you did for my disciple. From now on, I only owe you 2 more debts. Of course, Wang Wei nodded. Sun Juniao disappeared, and Wang Wei continued his work. He ignored 7 cauldrons' increase in resistance and said to the sky, heaven and earth above, the world has been wounded for many years. Long ago, our ancestors were wise and created means to facilitate open communication, fair trade, and sharing thoughts and ideas from any distance. They brought our civilization together, allowing us to work together for a better future. However, greedy eyes have blocked our progress and regressed our civilization. Today, after years of planning, using courage and wisdom, and gathering the strengths of many, I have freed the world. I have brought our civilization to its original track of prosperity and grandeur. Please, heaven and earth, be my witness. Wang Wei looked at the sky. His words might seem nonsensical or bragging, but he chose them carefully. The Eternal Ascension World's Heaven Dao is exceptionally ambitious, and the one thing it cares about more than anything is the rise and prosperity of the Cultivation civilization. According to Wang Wei, if Supreme Unity was willing to promise Heavenly Dao to improve the world and even show it a concrete plan on how his actions might benefit the world better than Heavenly Dao, then the latter might have allocated its power to the Taoist priest. The sky suddenly changed. Although this area was sealed, everyone could see the visions happening in the Eternal Ascension world. A golden hue enveloped the entire world. However, black thunder flashed between heaven and earth before the visions could fully manifest or even merit descending. All sentient beings heard a roar of anger and frustration. Without any knowledge or experience, everyone knew that this roar originated from Heavenly Dao. The Eternal Ascension world's sky suddenly became a battlefield between golden aura and black thunder, and in a short period, the black thunder had the advantage. This is our opportunity, Wang Wei reminded, and as expected, everyone focused on sealing 7 cauldron. However, her action was relatively swift and decisive. She removed the seal array that blocked the area and ignored these people's attacks before forcefully teleporting away. Wang Wei frowned before thinking of something. As expected, 7 cauldron appeared above the sky and played her role as a vessel. The black thunder rapidly corroded the golden hue as soon as she appeared. Luckily, someone else appeared to reverse the situation somewhat. The monk Fengheng had a unique aura, and without uttering a word, he started battling. Wang Wei kept observing this fight. Despite the support, Heavenly Dao was still at a significant disadvantage. The good news is it has regained its strength. He estimated that the lock might have granted Supreme Unity control over 95% of Heavenly Dao, but his subsequent actions had reduced his control to less than 90%. I can probably grant Heavenly Dao my authority to increase its power, Wang Wei analyzed. However, it may be best to reserve this trick for the next battle. It's never wise for a general to reveal all its tricks in battle. Plus, the current situation is that fate is disturbed, and the secrets of heaven and earth are in chaos, meaning this is a great opportunity for me. Wang Wei did not hesitate. This was an opportunity that he could not waste. So, he gathered Fate Dao and Yin-Yang calculation to condense a crystal that he called Heaven's Secret Crystal. He looked at the ordinary-looking gem in his palm and nodded in satisfaction. Although this object might look simple and ordinary, he knew its importance. At this point in this chess game, when his divination becomes useless, he can use this crystal to perform a divination that is not influenced by anyone. If I use this at the right time, it should increase my chances of dealing with Supreme Unity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1359 No More Lives. Everyone watched the battle in the sky for a few minutes before everything ended. All the vessels left, and they did not seem injured. The result was the golden hue celebrated Wang Wei's achievements, but it did not spread to every corner of the world. Additionally, he still received no merit for his accomplishment. I guess that's better than nothing, Wang Wei sighed. Heavenly Dao has a long way to go to have a chance in this fight. Additionally, he was now a genuine threat or obstacle to supreme unity, so he should cherish his life even more. Everything is over, Wang Wei declared while exhaling. Yan Hai flew over to him and tapped him on the shoulder. You did a good job, kid. Yan Hai found this youngster was as reliable as her brother Qiyuan. Thank you, ancestor. Yan Hai nodded. All right, it's time for me to leave. Don't you want to look at the Void Illusion Realm? I've seen it enough, she replied. All she cared about now was alleviating the effects of her injuries. All right. Yan Hai disappeared, and Old Man Dai approached. Do you remember our agreement? I know. Next time, I won't contact or force you to participate. Remember your words, Old Man Dai said with indignance. The old man decided that he would change his hiding place. He did not trust that bastard Wang Wei to keep his word, so it was best to run away and hide from him. Wang Wei watched his departure. He guessed what the latter would do next and hesitated whether he should place something on him to track him. Ultimately, he decided otherwise. Old Man Dai was not a fighter, and involving him in these battles was not necessarily good. He also had to consider that this coward had a teacher who may be a primal paragon. It's fine. I doubt I'll need him next time. He turned his focus to Monk. How are you doing? I'm fine, the barbarian king nodded. I've learned much in this battle. You're lucky this battle awakened you from your arrogance, otherwise, heaven and earth would have sent you a humbling moment, Wang Wei said. Humbling moment? Look it up in your clan, Wang Wei replied. I will. Wang Wei nodded. Do you want to take a look? No, I have many things to digest from this fight, Monk refused. Plus, I have some thoughts I need to organize. All right. You can come to me if you need help. Monk disappeared, and Wang Wei focused on the hidden Emperor Kong. The latter only nodded to him before leaving. Meanwhile, Sun Junyao left without even saying a word. She did leave a polite message talisman. Wang Wei shook his head. The woman has drawn a clear line between them, and he was okay with that. He looked at the colossal portal in the distance, preparing to accomplish his goal. But, out of nowhere, a green blade that contained the power of time pieced his body from the back. Wang Wei's danger intuition reacted at the last minute, but it was too late. The blade's power was overwhelming and wiped him out from with the power of time. The assailant waited as he knew Wang Wei was not dead. As expected, the void tore apart, and someone Wang Wei appeared. How many lives did I take? 2, Wang Wei calmly replied. According to normal sense, he should have lost only 1 life. However, after breaking through the battle taboo realm, his existence was on par with Paragon's, so the second-rank longevity resources and abilities he had were not as effective. So, after this death, he lost the only 2 lives he had left. That's about right, the assailant nodded. And how many do you have left? Wang Wei did not respond. His anger had reached the pinnacle after dying and losing all his revival methods. More importantly, he was schemed against. However, he controlled himself. How did you create projection from the seal? Time Eater smiled at him. You seem angry. Furious is more like it. That's understandable, Time Eater chuckled. All Dao overlords are arrogant by nature, and the thing that pisses them off the most is being outmatched in the field they are most proud of, wit and intelligence. I believe that is a flaw to anyone who considers themselves intelligent, not just Dao lords and overlords, Wang Wei replied. Maybe you're right, Time Eater replied casually. So, what are you going to do with that fury? What am I going to do? Well, at first, I only wanted to kill you, but I've changed my mind, Wang Wei said. It'll turn you into a great time paragon artifact. I'll use your Tao as the core, your body as the wax, and your soul as the flame. It seems this is not enough to quell my wrath. In that case, when I reach the same level as these two, I'll revive your memories and consciousness, put it into a dog, and raise you as a pet. Yes, that should be enough. Wang Wei then looked in his eyes. That's my promise to you. Time Eater squinted, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, he did not let it leak and soon returned to normal. At their level, huh? Even when you're angry, you're so careful. Only a fool would think he could control someone like you without absolute power, Wang Wei replied. A pet, you say, Time Eater chuckled. That's a good idea. I think I'll be able to brag anywhere in the known chaos universe if I have a Tao Overlord pet. Good. In that case, let's see who will be whose pet. Wang Wei watched him dissipate. He knew Time Eater would be a problem even if he were sealed, but he underestimated the time spawn. He thought it would take a while before the latter could use its means to interfere on the outside. It seems I'm not careful or paranoid enough, Wang Wei thought. He inhaled and exhaled to calm down. Now was not the time to let emotions such as pride rule his thoughts and actions. Instead, he focused on another problem, his lack of longevity resources. He could try to create one now, and although he would need two to ensure he had one life, it was still worth it. However, he felt that supreme unity would not let him succeed. It would be foolish for him to directly start researching methods of longevity just after experiencing death. Such an act would be the same as writing on his forehead that he only had one more life left. I need to be more careful from now on, Wang Wei thought. He would have to rely on his avatars to revive if he died now. However, he had already killed all the ones in the upper dimension, meaning Wang Wei would have to return to the lower dimension. It's fine for ordinary people to ascend, but as someone who holds so much destiny and is responsible for the prosperity of the lower dimension, my ascension means something else. If Supreme Unity plays his card correctly, he could use the second ascension to extend his tentacles to the lower dimension. The lower dimension is Heavenly Tao's primary source of power. Supreme Unity cannot control Heavenly Tao entirely as long as it's under its control. Even if he completely controlled the upper dimension, Heavenly Tao could buy itself some time by guarding the lower dimension at all costs. As such, if Wang Wei dies and returns down there, he will never ascend again until the problem in the upper dimension is solved. In fact, Heavenly Tao itself probably wouldn't allow him to ascend if he wanted to. But the question is, can anyone solve the issue of the upper dimension if he loses? There are plenty of talents from the Golden Era with such ability, but currently. Wang Wei shook his head. Emperor Kong is one of them, but he only has the potential and hasn't grown to that level yet. Maybe if Heavenly Tao forced him to experience the outlaw trial, but how complicated would that make things in the current situation? Supreme Unity would not allow the latter to train another worthy chess player. Wang Wei doesn't know much about the sealed talents of the overlords and top lineages, but as of now, no active talent is capable enough for the task. So, the conclusion is I cannot die, or the fate of the world will only be catastrophic, Wang Wei summarized with a wry smile. He exhaled to calm down. All right, maybe I'm overthinking. The world does not revolve around me. There may be countless talents hidden in the world who can take on this task. He decided not to put too much pressure on his shoulder. The world is vast, and the fact he was the son of destiny does not mean much in the grand scheme of things. More importantly, I should not underestimate this world's Heavenly Tao, Wang Wei thought. The Eternal Ascension world's Heavenly Tao has accomplished great things and won't be defeated so easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1362 Many purple crystals. Wang Wei looked in the distance thoughtfully. He looked at the karma thread between him and Time Eater. He could tell the latter had a great understanding of karma or, at the very least, knew enough to protect himself very well. This is not over, he sneered. He sent a message to Fengheng, asking him to send the other 2 Buddhist sages to stay near Time Eater's seal and constantly reinforce it. Although he did not expect this method to increase the seal's strength, it should distract Time Eater, forcing him to waste his time and prevent him from having the time to act against him. Those 2 are not enough. It would be better if there were 4 of them, Wang Wei thought. The following message was to Red Mask, and her target was the Pure Flame Sage. She was to invite him for this task, with promises of reward. And if the latter refuses? Red Mask has the power to do whatever means necessary for him to agree, as long as she doesn't kill him. The last one, Wang Wei thought with a frown. He could not ask Lin Qi or Emperor Kong since these 2 had too much work to do and could not abandon their lineage foundation just to guard a seal. Should I ask the sect? Wang Wei thought about it, but he had a better idea, Aoshan. He contributed immensely to the revival of the demon race in the lower dimension. Although it was not enough to condense a golden body, it was close enough. If the demon race values him, they should have helped him condense it. The golden body of merit, no matter the level, has many values, and the most important is to help pass the Paragon tribulation. Aoshan's talent is enough to be considered a Paragon seed, and having a golden body would increase his chances and positions. The demon race should make such a small investment. Let's contact him and see the result, Wang Wei thought. With all of Aoshan's achievements, destiny, luck, and the support of the demon clan, his cultivation should also be in the lower levels of the Empyrean realm. As such, he was more than enough to be one of the seal's guardians. Wang Wei sent the message but did not wait for a response since he knew the latter would not return to him so quickly. He flew to the Void Illusion Realm's door and entered. The sight of that welcome was both expected and slightly surprising. Wang Wei saw endless white and emptiness. The description of the Void Illusion Realm from records displayed a vivid world created from spiritual power and illusion. However, this place was more than deserted. After all, this thing has been used for countless Yuan epochs. Wang Wei shook his head. He summoned the Ma clan's luck-condensing artifact, and as expected, a unique magic circle suddenly emanated from it. Wang Wei marveled at transcendent methods. All his methods and knowledge were useless before this power. He also realized that he had wronged Maitreya. If not for her holding off most of Supreme Unity's power, Wang Wei would have absolutely no way to fight back, at least, not before he fully becomes a primal and has enough knowledge and experience about transcendence. The magic circle opened a portal to the core of this realm, and Wang Wei immediately salivated. He saw a vast mountain range in a specific corner of this core, with each mountain composed of purple crystals. He recognized these purple crystals as condensed soul energies. Near this mountain range was a vast ocean, and Wang Wei knew this ocean was liquefied soul energy. Such quantity and purity, Wang Wei commented. The quantity was mind-boggling, but the truly valuable aspect of these crystals was how perfectly purified they were. Her accomplishment in the souls is on another level. I guess that makes sense since her main Tao is illusion. Despite his greed, Wang Wei did not rush over rashly. Instead, he slowly approaches. As expected, a formation appeared to block his path. He observed and studied it clearly before shaking his head. Ma Liqiu was not stupid, so she took some precautionary measures to ensure Wang Wei kept his end of the bargain. The protective formation had one purpose, to ensure Wang Wei kept his word. More importantly, it could only be opened by someone with the blood of the Ma clan, and that person must reach the Paragon realm. It's really not easy to take advantage of these old guys that have lived for God knows how long, Wang Wei sighed. Let alone the ones that have already started their transcending path. He shook his head and ignored this formation. He knew that even if he asked the sect's best array masters to try to break this thing, it probably wouldn't work. And even if they found a method, Ma Liqiu probably left a means of self-destruction. However, it did not mean that Wang Wei was out of chess moves. He could control the person who becomes the paragon, he could injure their existence, after the latter opens the formation for him, and even send the latter into reincarnation once he has what he wants. However, Wang Wei had an even better way. Willpower is a terrifying power. If I can train the Ma clan paragon to have a frightening amount of willpower, then it will be a question of whether Ma Liqiu can take over their bodies to revive. Even if she can, this approach should be enough to delay her. He now knew how he would train the Ma clan's descendants. When it comes to talent, it's easier to do than expected. Since they are Ma Liqiu's descendants, Wang Wei only needs to awaken their talents for illusion. Although this approach will turn these people into a better vessel for Ma Liqiu, it's still the most efficient way to improve their talents and find someone capable of reaching the Paragon realm. The next step is the Ma clan's luck and destiny. These guys' chi luck is such a pitfall that they might choke while drinking water. However, that is also easy to deal with. After Wang Wei revived the Void Illusion realm, he could nourish their clan's chi luck dragon to restore their family. He must also find or cultivate a guardian for their clan to ensure the people don't squander their clan's chi luck and destiny again. Finally, Wang Wei will train these talents' minds and willpower. He will ensure their willpower is always higher than their cultivation and train them to resist body or soul possession. I can also add obsession, Wang Wei thought as he fine-tuned the plan. If the chosen person has a strong will and is obsessed with reviving the Ma clan, these two powers should be enough to cause Ma Liqiu some problems. Wang Wei had no issue with Ma Liqiu and even had a plan on how to treat her. However, things have changed. He needed access to these soul powers as soon as possible, but he did not want her to revive anytime soon, so he could only treat her this way. Now that he knew how to proceed with the Ma clan, Wang Wei focused on the Void Illusion realm. Ma Liqiu did lie as she handed him complete control over this realm. At least Wang Wei could not detect any backdoors, and he did not believe there were none. If his deduction is correct that this realm was her path of transcendence, she would never hand it over to him. Once he gained complete control, rebuilding the Void Illusion realm was the next step. The process was easier than expected since Wang Wei had experience with the dream world. He rebuilt the lower dimensions dream world with a few modifications to tweak things to fit the aesthetic and situation of the upper dimension. However, Wang Wei did immediately open access to cultivators. His current task was to spread the mortal civilization through this thing. Once everything was prepared, Wang Wei sent his people to spread the news worldwide. He also contacted Sage Lin Qi and his association. The latter had way more contacts and connections with mortals, and he also had more trust and prestige among them. Now, all that is left to build as fast as possible, Wang Wei muttered as he looked in the distance. He has access to the mortal civilization's results from the lower dimension, making things easier for the mortals here. However, he also knew that supreme unity would not let things proceed smoothly. If nothing unexpected occurs, the next step is a war between mortals and cultivators, Wang Wei analyzed. With the way things are proceeding, this war was inevitable. The cultivators have become crazy because their lifespans are running out, and now that Wang Wei is about to arm the mortals, they will no longer accept their fate as fat sheep that can be easily slaughtered. Once the mortals can hold on by themselves, my next task should be how to reduce Supreme Unity's influence in the world, followed by how to remove that damn lock, Wang Wei thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1361 A Time of Great Opportunity. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Emperor Kong floated in the air, looking at the sky. He watched what happened to these parasites and was now in a strange mood. That battle had a significant effect on the world, and I sense an opportunity, but I cannot quite grasp it. He reviewed everything he had experienced, trying to catch that fleeting thought. Sadly, it eluded him like a thief who roams the night freely. Emperor Kong considered talking to his disciples, but he remembered he had sent them on a critical mission to one of the important branches. In that case, let's meet the teacher. Master Shang stood atop a long tower, looking hazily at the sky or maybe the stars. Was it stargazing? In some ways. After Master Shang was revived and cultivated, he voluntarily fused with the Academy's luck and became the artifact spirit/guardian of the Academy's luck condensing artifact. Emperor Kong was against this, but the latter was adamant. The benefits of this act were numerous. The Academy's luck was condensed beyond the norm, allowing their destiny to prosper at an efficient rate compared to top lineages. The artifact was also better protected, and more importantly, due to its limitations, Master Shang could cultivate luck and destiny Dao without the outlaw trial. Your mind is perturbed, Master Shang said without looking at his proud disciple. I am, Emperor Kong nodded. I feel an opportunity is before me, and I cannot grasp it. Emperor Kong would never doubt his intuition. Most cultivators of his realm would not question their senses or feelings, let alone those of someone like him with great luck and destiny. I was wondering if you had detected something. You're here at the right time, Master Shang declared. The secrets of heaven and earth were momentarily disturbed, allowing me to see a few things. Emperor Kong listened eagerly. Heavenly Daoist reliance on Wang Wei has increased, Master Shang continued. It needs him to continue confronting the Black and White Sunday. It also doesn't want him to be distracted. You mean? Emperor Kong asked with shining eyes. Yes, the moons have become a distraction, Master Shang continued. The destiny to eliminate them has been open to others. Now, their luck is at its weakest, and Heavenly Dao encourages people to take this opportunity to remove these parasites. This is certainly good news, Kong said with a smile before swiftly controlling himself. With destiny on their side, it will be easier to scheme and kill these parasites. However, is it really a good idea to take Wang Wei's destiny? Master Shang looked at him. You're too cautious about matters about him. And it's still not enough, Emperor Kong replied. Master Shang looked him in the eyes and did not say anything more. He has seen Kong grow up, and he has enough trust in him to believe his judgment. You don't need to worry about him, Master Shang continued as he looked at the sky. Heavenly Dao knows what a terrible mistake it would be to ruin their relationship in the current situation. As such, it has already planned to make it up for him. Additionally, some new changes have occurred in the moon's qi luck. Oh? What did you see? It has become extremely easy to plunder their luck, Master Shang continued. As long as you kill them once and force them to lose one of their lives, you can plunder a great deal of their luck and destiny. This is our Academy's chance. We only need to kill one of them once, and the gain will be worth it. I understand, Emperor Kong nodded with shining eyes. He thanked his teacher before leaving. He needed to summon a meeting to discuss the next step. Dao opening sect, a meeting of the elders and patriarch, have you heard the news? Sect Master Yu Kai asked. What news? An elder who had just appeared asked. He was in isolated training to heal his injuries from the lock and was cut off from the outside. He wouldn't have shown his face if not for this emergency meeting. The parasite's luck and destiny has become easier to plunder, someone explained. That is good news, but is it enough for such a grand meeting? We don't need their luck and destiny. Stupid, think of the implications. What implications? Even if they are all dead, nothing will change with this fucking lock above our head. Yu Kai sensed a fight was about to occur, so he raised his hand to stop everybody. Today's topic is whether we should intervene more in the outside world. Now that everyone is caught on, let's discuss the pros and cons. The main pro is we can revive the ancestors, and they will finally free us, someone said. The overlords and top lineages had too deep of a foundation. To facilitate their power and control, Time Eater played politics and convinced them to seal most of their top powers and resources, such as paragon artifacts, puppets, and talismans. As such, these lineages desperately need the return of their ancestors to free themselves. The con is the two sons are now more active than ever. With the latter's power, it might be easier for him to stop us from reviving our ancestors. Or even worse, use this opportunity to wipe us out. The room became eerily quiet. How long has it been since their sect has not felt a threat of death? At the top of their power, they were the ones who decided others' life and death, but now, everything was reversed. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yu Kai asked, looking at the elderly woman in a plain blue robe. As a sect master, Yu Kai only respected Grand Elder Yen Shui. The sect's political situation was complicated, with countless families and significant suppression of the sectarian faction to prevent the birth of another powerful family. When this era started, and the sect faced a catastrophe, people's first instinct was to choose one of the three ancestral families, Wang, Yan, Li, as their next leader. However, Grand Elder Yen Shui vetoed these people and supported Yu Kai. She advocated and ensured the latter retained all his rights and power as sect master. Grand Elder Yen Shui had many ways to take power. When the catastrophe started, the remaining paragons in the sect knew their fate, so they chose one person to survive and look after the sect in this upcoming turbulent era. Yen Shui was chosen, and without hesitation, she injured her existence, so her cultivation would drop to the Empyrean realm. With her status and strength, she could have easily taken over. However, she fought to preserve the sect's rules and orthodoxy. Regarding such a major decision, it's best to hear from the ancestor, Yen Shui said. You have a point, Yu Kai said. Things have reached the point that they may need the opinion and guidance of their ancestors. Yu Kai agreed, and since Yen Shui was the only one who could contact Yen Hai, the elderly woman left the room and returned a few minutes later. The ancestor said we don't need to do anything, Yen Shui announced. Young Master Wang Wei has taken on the burden, and we only need to wait until he needs or asks for our help. That's it? She also said that if something happens to him, prepare to avenge him no matter the cost. I understand, Yu Kai nodded. He knew how high Wang Wei's status was in the sect, but he did not expect it to be to this level. However, he was not worried or jealous. He has accomplished his mission as a sect master and has enough luck and merit to become a paragon. So, even if Wang Wei returns and wants his position, he can give it up. Tribal Sacred Mountain, Star Sage Fan Sui looked at the sky, pondering the fate of the demon race. Should we partake in this feast? Or is it too early? She took this question seriously, as it would determine the fate of the demon race. Ao Shen is indeed talented, but he is not ready. Participating in this event has a higher chance of killing him than giving any benefit. But if that is true, where is his opportunity? Star Sage Fan Sui looked at the lock above the heavens briefly before her eyes shifted to the sealed Time Eater. Are you this world's next time nexus? Will the world's next catastrophe originate from you? In that case, we can prepare to participate in that one. She waved her hand to send someone to summon Ao Shen. As Wang Wei predicted, the latter became an Empyrean, but he has not condensed a golden body of merit. Wang Wei slightly underestimates the complicated political situation of the demon race. Did something happen? Fan Sui asked, and Ao Shen was shocked before remembering who this woman was. So, he told her about Wang Wei's message. It's indeed fate, Fan Sui said, but Ao Shen did not understand. In my name, I'll sponsor you for the merit you lack, and you can accept his proposal. A light of wisdom flashed in Ao Shen's eyes. As you wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled Sword Will YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.